يعني احكي لك، اشتري ريال اثنين ريال، ما عندكش حق تجيب اكثر ولا اقل.
اوكي.
لكن لازم كل واحد عنده رقم.
رقم معين.
الرقم فهمتني؟ الرقم هذاك يتراوح بين 120 نقطة.
في الدوحة ولا هان؟
الدوحة كيف؟ تخيل انت فما 120 مايك هنا، هل تتصور اللي هما مزبوطين كل واحد ماخذ المسار بتاعه؟
بحر انا بحر بحر ما في.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the theater. My name is Rima Al-Hashmi, and I will be guiding you today through the theater program and agenda. Throughout the day, I have the great pleasure of inviting some of the brightest minds to the stage to share their insights, opinions, and experiences with us all. To open today's program, please welcome Abdurrahman Al-Ashgar from the University of Doha for Science and Technology. He will moderate the session, Founder Pathways, from University Support to National Programs.
الله يعطيك العافية. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أبداها بالعربي. أنا جدا سعيد وفخور بصراحة أني أكون مع كوكبة من الشخصيات المميزة عندنا في قطر والعالم، وأكيد نشكر وزارة الاتصالات والتكنولوجيا وتكنولوجيا المعلومات بصراحة لمواكبتها كل ما هو جديد بصراحة في العالم الرقمي. إذن سادة الحضور، بصراحة أنا سعيد بصراحة إن احنا نكون مع هذه الشخصيات المميزة، ونبداها أكيد بالأشخاص المميزين. Today I'm gonna speak, I'm gonna speak in English. Our topic today will be about founder pathways from university support to national programs, and I'm very glad to, of course, introduce our guest. First of all, Habitallah, we are happy to have you. And also Miss Gigi Wang, all the way from Berkeley. We are very honored to have you here in Doha as usual. And also Mr. Abdullah Naimi, investor and global startup growth. يا مرحبا فيك يا ابو عابد، سعيدين بصراحه بتواجدك معنا. وفاينلي Mr. Amir Naimi, acting section head digital economy development of at Ministry of Communication and Information. So I will start with Miss Hiba. Hiba, back in days when I was a student, it was very difficult to get like this kind of support, as you know. And today, these days, we have UHub, we have special centers lead by the ministries to give them the full support they need. And you know, when we are talking about the mindset, it's totally different because they are a student and they're always thinking about how to deliver their small project, but somehow there is a student, they have a great ideas. How we change the mindset from student mindset to entrepreneurship, and also to make this real project on table with a lot of income, of course.
Thank you for the introduction, Abdurrahman. We at University of Doha, we support students, and this is our main focus. Since we work with students who are very, very, very early age, so they are 17, 18, 19, and 20, it's very important that we work on the mindset, as you mentioned. One thing that we start with is how to teach the students to be customer-centric instead of being technical-centric. So instead of asking the question, what technical capabilities do we have and what can we build, we teach them to start the other way, to ask about what is the market gap, what is the problem, what is the pain that customers are willing to pay for. The other thing, we teach them how to move from having a fixed mindset to a growth mindset. How can they learn? How can they be open to fail? Because failure is data. And the more they learn, the more they listen and hear to feedback and to become coachable, the more they can move forward and progress with their startup. Also, in addition to that, we teach them that, okay, it's good to have something working like an MVP or a prototype, but you cannot wait to make it a perfect product. Because if you waited to make it a perfect product, you will never launch. If you really want to progress, if you want to have something in the market, you have to iterate fast, test fast, get a feedback, validate, and this is the only way to move from idea to have something big and have impact. The last thing we teach students that rejections are okay. Rejections are not something bad. And if you are not getting enough number of rejections, it means you did not talk to enough number of people.
شكرا هبة. I'm seeing one of our great students, they are smiling. That means, yeah, rejection is good. Sometimes when your ideas get rejected, it's good because there is mistakes and people learn from mistakes, and when they fix their mistakes or problems or the issues in their ideas, somehow one day, it's not today, not tomorrow, maybe not next month, maybe not next year, but one day your idea, it will change, of course, to big project in life. شكرا، يعطيك العافية هبة. Miss Gigi Wing, all the way from Berkeley. Miss Gigi, you have a great experience when we are talking about entrepreneurship, and I know, as Hibba mentioned, sometimes we get rejections, and I know in your classes you help and support students, and you give them all the support they need. So from your global experience, what mindset patterns help technical founders successfully transition into entrepreneurship?
So let me practice. Sabah al-khair.
صباح النور والورد والياسمين.
So I teach entrepreneurship in the School of Engineering at UC Berkeley. And so we have, Berkeley now is the #1 school for startups. And so it's very exciting. I have a lot of technical students, and they're in love with their technology. But the customer doesn't care about the technology. They care about what is the impact, what is the benefits of what this technology can do for me. So a major mind shift that we have to do for our students is to get them to not be so technology-centric, but to be benefit-centric. And like, if you look at Uber's one of the big Silicon Valley successes, but it's not a technology innovation. It used all existing off-the-shelf technologies, but it was implemented in such a way where it eliminated the costs of doing a transportation business. It was an innovation in a business model which took out the cost of a car, the cost of a driver for any company that is providing transportation. And that completely shifts the equation to make profit skyrocket because you've taken out the cost element. So the biggest thing is to teach technical students and technical founders to pitch the impacts. And I've been doing some work with MCIT startups in the Scale Now program, and that's one of the things we've worked on. And one of the founders is technical, and I'm like, stop that. Stop telling me your features. Tell me the impact you're gonna have on your customers. And the title he gave me now is the truth teller, because I yell at him too much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Miss Gigi. And this will let me ask, of course, Mr. Abdullah Naimi, as an investor, as a supporter, as someone who believe in ideas and support maybe student, maybe entrepreneur. They just entrepreneurship. They start from beginning. What founder behavior must clearly signals resilience and the ability to scale, Mr. Abdullah.
Thanks a lot, Abdullah, first of all, and I really appreciate being here with friends, families, and Big Mama. So I always call her Big Mama. I always, whenever I meet any entrepreneur or anybody who pitch me any idea or whatever, I give them a task. That's like the barrier.
What kind of a task?
Whatever comes to my mind at that time, because depending on the idea, on the concept that the person brings, usually it's go get me that client. So there's a company over here that came to me. It's called Sparta, cybersecurity company. I told them, fine, go get me 2 contacts from Vodafone and Ooredoo, because those will be their clients. We can access Vodafone and Ooredoo. It's not a problem. Like a phone call away from, for instance, some university colleagues or friends or family, you know, on both companies. But I want them to do that. I want them to get outside their comfort zone. So that's the main challenge that I have. Same thing with UDIST. I invested with 2 companies last year. It's challenging with the kids because it's a journey with them. They don't. I think we still need to teach people about entrepreneurship. That it's not easy. It's not straightforward. There's lots of penetration. There's lots of feedbacks. There's lots of barriers that you'll have to bounce from, not go through. And that's the most important. As you said, you know, Gigi, is that you have to tell them that what are you going to give me? Like, what am I getting as a client, as an investor? And it's the hardest thing to teach an engineer, to tell them that, okay, get out from, it's a great idea, because there are lots of great ideas in the world. There are many great ideas. So, I can ask anybody of you, Declan's there, he comes always, you know, with 10 ideas at least, every now and then, you know, but none of them works except one so far, which is, you know, Fernanda, you know, approved for him. So that's the thing, how to validate the ideas. And that's mostly the barrier. So that's number 1, is the commitment of the founder themselves. Number 2 is that how are they, do I like them? Like as simple, because he's a founder or she's a founder, do I like this person? Do I feel comfortable to introduce them to my friends, my family? Because those are my investment pool today. Like if I feel that this person I can comfortably take in for coffee and sit down and talk, then that's the second barrier that I approach with. So that's my, I would say, 2 cents when it comes to how I would invest, or the initial stage of investments.
And of course, sometimes you lose some money by supporting this, but somehow you will return it. How you have that confident, Abdullah? Because it's not easy.
That's a great question. So let's agree on something. A startup to success is the exception. Startup to fail is the norm. So you need to understand that in your ideas, is that if you are an entrepreneur, if you are an investor, if you are whatever, if you are in that business, failure, losing the business is mostly what will happen. Those who succeed are the exceptional ones. That's so if you want to be in that business and you are afraid of failure, don't go buy a house. Go get something or travel somewhere, you know.
Real estate, which is the easiest.
Even real estate is
money,
failing, you know, we saw the punt of gold and silver just 2 days ago, and the crypto world is falling apart, and after the Epstein files, you know, coming out. So there's always a risk. Now the question is, with the startups, it's always higher. So you don't, and it's a patience game. So if someone is not into, I always say that, find me a founder who start and finish his journey or her journey with the same spouse. All partners literally get divorced after a while. So,
والله, thank you so much, Abdullah, بصراحة, because are you willing to take this step? It's about the guy who want to be something in the future, because in the first step you maybe you will cry, or maybe you will gonna have a lot of problems, but trust me, if you just continue, you're gonna reach whatever you want as an entrepreneur and also as a, inshallah, businessman in the future. Mr. Amir Sultan, we are happy to have you. And of course, without your support, actually, a lot of entrepreneurship in university, they will have, you know, some stake. And this will let me to ask you, Abu Sultan, what national programs and support founders as they move from university support into growth and market engagement through you guys.
Okay, so through MCIT, so we have 3 programs. One is called Digital Incubation Center. It's more applicable for early stage, idea stage startups, the entrepreneurs that have good ideas, want to start somewhere. In the Digital Incubation Center, they can help them redefine the idea, put in, they have their own mentors for starting their businesses. Also, we have the Tesno Accelerator and the Scale Up program, Scale Now program that helps the company to grow. These are the 3 programs, and I think more applicable is the DIC program, Digital Incubation Center.
How you see it in this years and of course in futures as a support?
It helps them, they give them the office space, they register their companies, they can get them employees, internships through the DIC, through University of Doha and other universities. They have the link there. Advisory, there is the advisory board. They give you an advisory board through the program itself.
الله يعطيكم العافية أبو سلطان، فخورين فيك. We are proud of you for you guys because you are doing a great job. Hiba, how does UHub prepare? By the way, I'm one of the alumni of UDST. Back in days we didn't have this center in UDST, but now we have it, and they have the great offices, great people to support the students. So how you move or change the ideas from UHub and University of Doha for Science and Technology to the real life?
So first, we build our own pre-incubation and incubation programs. We build it based on the persona of the students. On the same time, we are aligning the outcomes of the programs to be in a way where we create the pipelines for the different incubators based on their objectives, mandate, and what is the focus of each incubator. On the same time, we don't just align it with the local and international programs in the ecosystem, but also we align it with the international standards. For example, last year, Gigi came all the way from Berkeley to deliver a boot camp to our students. Also, our students traveled to Canada to take 7 weeks training to understand what does it mean by being a global entrepreneur and what is the benchmark, what are the standards. In addition to that, we also have different initiatives that can make our entrepreneurs interact with the real people in the ecosystem, not to be in a bubble. For example, we have the Entrepreneur in Residence program and the Investor program. And through those 2 initiatives, we bring the leaders and the top people when it comes to entrepreneurship, innovation, and investment to our startups to talk to them and interact through workshops, activities, one-on-one mentor office hours, and give feedback to our students. So we are not trying to keep our students in a bubble, but we are exposing them, we are connecting them, we are opening doors for them, and we are aligning all the activities, programs, and initiatives with the mandate and objectives of the different incubators and ecosystem enablers.
We are proud of you have Hiba, and thank you so much for supporting our student. And Gigi, all the way from Doha to, let's say, Berkeley or another universities, as someone who give these classes, what do you think about students? They travel all the way from their countries to your classes or to another classes, for example, as an instructor, as someone who support ideas and student. What do you feel? Back in days, we didn't have this kind of thing. You know, it was a difficult, you know, but now with the support from our universities, especially local universities, I think it's mean a lot of things for you guys in Berkeley and another university for sure.
So you're talking about connections globally. And it's quite exciting because last year, Dr. Salam, who's the president of UDST, came to visit Berkeley. And he looked around and he saw the research, he saw just the teaching methodologies, and he said, oh, we need to partner. We need to work together. And what's been very exciting is then I delivered my Berkeley course at UDST. And one of the things that happened is we're trying to get the students to get out of their comfort zone, like Heba said, not just talking to people, but like out of the comfort zone to go to a different country. Because Qatar is a small market. So it's very hard to grow a gigantic business only in the Qatari market. You have to be comfortable with going beyond to the GCC, to Europe, maybe to the US, to Asia. And so one of the things is exposing students to like come to Berkeley. You have a chance to see the world. Everyone hears about Silicon Valley, but there's nothing like coming. And so one of the things is you start here, start at home, get students out of their comfort zone. And for the boot camp that we taught at UDST last May, we had a lot of industry speakers. You know, we had Aisha, who's a director at QRDI. We had Mr. Abdullah here, and he was very tough on the students, okay?
Which is good. It is good.
And we also had Mr. Hamad, the CEO of Sununu, come. And we told the students, don't be shy. Yes, he may be famous, but talk to him. And so one of the students went up, talked to him, told him about his interest in gaming, and he walked away with an internship in the new gaming division in Sununu. And that was in May. Now it's February. The student, Jakub, just posted he has been made the manager of the e-games division in Sununu. Isn't that amazing? And then also we have Declan here who came as a mentor too. So getting the students out of their comfort zone, talking to people, and you guys are all doing that, right? All the UDSD students. That's what, beyond their school, beyond the country, and all the way to the US.
And this is how you sharpen your skills. This is how you learn from people who are already in the sector from many, many years. And basically, this is what I tell even when I give lecture to students. I said our instructors or whatever you will gonna meet in the future, like the one who have experience. Imagine 20 years of experience. He will give it to you in 30 minutes, 1 hour, 4 years. Use it. Use it, use it, use it. I hope our students, they will use this advice. And this will let me ask Mr. Abdullah, at this stage, what is the most common mistakes? We talk about the support, but there is a lot of mistakes. Entrepreneurship, they do it all the time. So what kind of mistakes and how we solve these mistakes?
The most, I would say, mistake that I've seen with our lives, especially here in Doha, everybody want to be an entrepreneur, but nobody talks about how painful it is as a journey, how lonely it is, how tough it is. I've tried to raise the awareness for it for a long time with the talk that you like, which is why you must not be an entrepreneur. Because it's a lonely journey, guys. It's not an easy. You have to go through hopes. You have to have lots of passion, faith, and the most important thing is to have the right team to support you to go through it. You can walk alone if you are passionate, but if you lose passion, you just can stop and then go back. If you have faith, you'll go further, but still you'll be alone. But when you have people with you, you can build empires. You can go further and further. Every single entrepreneur here is not a solopreneur, as they call them. There's always a co-founder, there's always a team, and the right team. If you don't have that, especially in the team, you need someone who's challenging you. Challenge you in the way that it's like people see the opposition as a bad thing, yet the opposition is just a quality control. I have, for instance, Jawad's telling me always about the AI, the challenge that we have with the AI, but also we try to move forward with whatever we can get our hands on in order to get a new idea, in order to get, and we put that idea with UHub to see if some students would bite on them to go into creating, let's say, new applications. As Gigi said, gaming is a big thing in Qatar. We are looking into gaming now with, for instance, Media City, and we are creating a new media incubation in order for us to teach the students about it. At the same time, teach the entrepreneurs, yet we support them to go through. Because life is about challenges. Challenges doesn't break us, but make us, I would say, sharper, make us stronger. If you go through it, then you go through it. That's a simple thing.
Wallah, true. Thank you so much, Mr. Abdullah. And this will let me ask Mr. Mayor, how do initiatives such as Scale Now support founders in moving beyond early stage startup towards sustainable growth to make sure they grow correctly, safely?
For Scale Now program, it's a fairly new program. It's been here for the third cohort. So we concentrate on 3 pillars. One is the capability building, redefining the mentality of the entrepreneur, redefining their finances, and those many stuff. And then we concentrate on the local go-to-market. We help them. We try to help them to get them introductions with for partnerships or for pilot business cases. And for the third pillar, we try to help them to be ready for expansion. How can they expand their company? Which areas do they go to? Maybe they need Saudi, they need UAE, or they need Africa, maybe. So they have to define their map for 5 years, how the expansion will be going to.
يعطيكم العافية. I don't know if we have a time or we almost finish. We have a time? We have a time? Okay, let's enjoy the rest of the time. I will take advice, okay? I will not follow the script. Let's say from Habitallah, I need one advice for anyone who's sitting here and enjoying this session, because I believe from 10 there is some people, they will get this advice and they will use it. So from your small perspective, small experience, what you say to them?
Okay, for anyone who's trying to be an entrepreneur, it's very, very, very important to get out of your comfort zone. Don't be scared to get out of your comfort zone. Don't be scared to get rejections. Don't be scared if someone is telling you your idea is bad. You have to keep going, and that's how you can create a successful company. And one mistake we always see students especially doing it, especially the engineering ones, they get in love with their technical project. Their technical product, they talk about features 100 times, but this is not going to work. If you are talking to people about features, no one cares about features. Change your language, talk about problems, pains that you can solve, things that people are willing to pay for. Otherwise, you'll be creating that product for yourself and you will be wasting your time, efforts, and resources.
شكرا لك هبة. Gigi, our mama, as Mr. Abdullah said, we are very honored to have you here in Qatar. And of course, one small advice from you, it will change some life, especially people who watching us or hearing us now.
My advice is about people. And I have been on the founding team of 5 startups. Okay, 2 of them succeeded, 3 of them failed spectacularly and took a lot of my money. And at the end of the day, what caused the failure wasn't the product, it wasn't the market, it wasn't the funding, it was the people. And, you know, whether you had the right people to work with, whether you had the people who really had the dedication that you needed. And then another thing is, as you go out and you network and you meet lots of people, there's people who they're takers. They want what you can help them and help, but they don't give back, and it becomes a one-way street. And then you're exhausted, but you haven't done anything. And so one thing is just learn about people. You know, if someone's making you uncomfortable, it's a reason. Analyze why. And as you get older, you get wiser about people. And I think that's one of the most important things that young students don't have because they haven't interacted around people. Just realize being able to understand people, what are good signals of people, what are signals of good people to work with, what are signals that go, makes me feel uncomfortable. I don't trust them. Because at the end of the day, you need to build and put together and be with a team that is going to work as hard as you and has the same ethics. So, and you get that when you get really old. You start to do more, but you start now.
Abdullah, one advice to our amazing people who is hearing and sitting here in this beautiful session.
It's the same advice that I give to my kids. Think, read, try, learn, do. Just do that, keep doing that in everything in your life. Whether it's discovering a new destination you want to travel to, whether it's an idea that you want to verify, just try and do it. Like Nike said, just do it. Just go, venture, and try something new. It might be uncomfortable, it might be tough, it might be crazy idea, but just try it. What's the worst that can happen? You fail, then what?
الله يعطيك العافية, Mr. Amir. One advice to our beautiful people.
I think my team always hate me about that, but I hate the idea of gaining the investor as a startup or as a business itself. It's better than gaining a customer than gaining an investor. If you gain the customer, the investor at the end of the day he will come to that.
الله يعطيك العافية. I remember when I was a student in UDST and I had the pleasure to be president of Alumni Association. So I discovered that I love TV. I love doing interviews. So my first speech was in front of 2,000 people in the graduation day. And I remember that there is even words I cannot say it. But I never give up. I just go to the stage saying that I will do it. It's my moment. I will enjoy. I know some people, they want to be business people in the future. But by the way, maybe you can be a great person in your job. So don't think that if you are even having beautiful job, no, you are like, having bad situation or something. Maybe God didn't written that for you to be businessman. But you are a great person like some people who having a great job. So either you are a businessman or either you are a good employee in one of the amazing companies in Doha or outside. Trust me, you are a big value for whoever person will meet you, even in your job or in your life. So now I'm TV presenter and I'm very proud that I go out from my comfort zone, because comfort zone, it's sick. It will make you sick. I know it's afraid. I know sometimes you will gonna even slap yourself or whatever, or you will gonna be crazy. But if you move from this comfort zone, trust me, you will gonna be something in the future, either here or outside. So we finish and we have a great session to meet these amazing people. This is a big clap for me to you guys. I don't know if anyone have a questions. We have a couple of minutes. If anyone have a questions, you can ask your questions now, or you can take each one separately and ask him like in a private. So anyone have a questions or something? We are done. Enjoy. He have a question there, please. If you give it to him, take the mic and give it to that gentleman, please. Thank you. Ask questions, guys.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the discussion. Coming back to Gigi on the human part, on the people, what features within the people are the most important? You mentioned that is not just one way that they give back on, they need dedication, but what are the main features? Is it the expertise something that needs to be there?
No, it's not necessarily the expertise, because in today's world, so much of the stuff is new. And you're talking about AI. I mean, there's no 20-year-old AI experts. because so much has developed now. So it's really finding people with the right mindset, the right characteristics, the right ethics. Like someone on a team, when everyone else is staying till 12 midnight, they're not the one that leaves and says, oh, I have to go and meet my friends for dinner. They're willing to put in the same amount of time to benefit. And one of my startups that I advise, they have video analytics for football, and their first customer was, what is that, Madrid team? Real Madrid, okay?
Madrid.
And they hired a guy who had all the technical qualifications they needed. And 6 months later, they fired him because he would leave at 5 o'clock every day. And that's what, even though he had the skills, that's not what they want, that's not what they needed on their team. So they ended up hiring a younger person and sent him to training to pick up the skills. And the younger person was just as passionate about the company and worked till 3 a.m. And so it's not just about the skills or the background, it's their willingness to give, to be part of the team, and to learn what they need to.
Anyone have a questions, guys? Ask questions.
UDST students, come out of your
No,
comfort
they're
zone.
really shy. I know. I was in that chair one day, and it's not easy to ask questions in front of this great. But ask if you have. She have a questions.
Thank you so much for the panel. It was great. I do have a question for Abdullah. I know a lot of work that and a lot of support that he's offering to his mentees. What is the most important thing that you're looking into a young person developing their career when you decide that you will mentor them?
Again, going to back to the first question. So, Katrina, we know each other, and I told you my trick. Give them a task, like see how committed they are. If I give someone a task and they do it, then yeah, I know that the first barrier is done. I know that this person is committed to their idea, to their business, that they really want to do it. If they come back negative or they don't come back to me, that's, let's work.
They didn't actually go. They just go to the coffee shop and have a coffee and come back to you. This, I think so, because it's not easy to ask questions. Some student didn't have that, courage. I think so.
That's fine, Abdurrahman. The idea is that I asked him, for instance, the two guys who came yesterday, I asked them to get me 2 contacts from Ooredoo. And it's a business card. Like if they go steal a business card.
It's very easy, actually.
Yeah, so that's the idea is that you have to verify it. If you can't verify it, that's a problem.
If someone come to you, okay, let's say Abdullah, and he didn't have that courage. He tried, but some people, they are shy. And we were like that before, of course. And what you advise them, especially for shy
if
people?
they're shy and they don't want to do it, then they're in the wrong business. So that's the idea is, Abdurrahman, that it's a natural selection. Being an entrepreneur is not an easy job. If they are not willing to put the effort, to go outside their comfort zone, I cannot do much to pull them out. It's the same thing as getting a cure from something. If you want to get the cure, if you are not willing to take your medicine, nobody's gonna. The doctors cannot help you to stay alive.
Don't be shy, guys. Go and bring a business card to Mr. Abdullah, and you're gonna be rich, inshallah, one day. Anyone have a questions? We are almost done. Thank you so much for our panelists and our audience for being part of discussions. And please don't be in your comfort zone. Not now, not tomorrow, not the future. We are done, guys. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Wallah. I enjoy it.
Thank you for being a great mentor.
No, Wallah, you are great. You are great because you are here and you are a big value for us. Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everyone. Up next, we have an interactive workshop called Understanding Your Business Gaps, an assessment framework for founders. Nira Dosari will now take over the session.
This one is okay? Yeah. السلام عليكم جميعا. نيرة الدوسري. اللي ما يعرفني 18 سنة خبرة في أوريدو. I managed multiple positions. آخر positions كانوا Chief Strategy Officer حق أوريدو قطر و Chief Executive Officer حق ستارلينك قطر subsidiary of أوريدو. خلال من 2012 لين السنة أسست 4 شركات 4 startups. أول واحدة كانت gaming. I'm sorry, should I speak in English? I'm sorry. So basically, what I was saying is that my experience have been a Chief Strategy Officer of Web Qatar and also Chief Executive Officer of Starlink, which is a subsidiary of Web Qatar for about 3 years and a half. Since 2012, founded 4 companies. One of them was a gaming company. That was the first. And then the second was an e-commerce company with a delivery, let's say, agent. That was like in 2014. And then in 2016, we founded Airlift, which is an autonomous vehicle company. And then in 2020, founded a logistic company, which was unfortunately ended with COVID. So today I'll be talking about what makes a business successful. Okay? How many have startup businesses here? Perfect. Okay. So most of startups fail because they don't, it's not lack of ambition, but actually it's because scale in the wrong thing, wrong time, or even wrong setup. And I am the queen of wrong timing, to be honest. So let's discuss what are the fundamentals of making a successful business. Can someone tell me? The first thing. تفضل قولي. Right time? Okay. What else? A good, fantastic, good idea. Good team. Amazing. What else? Okay. What else? Okay. That's the charisma. Great. So let's talk about, let's say, operational fundamentals. A clear strategy and vision. When we build a business, we need to understand what are the market we're going in, what is the potential, how are we going there, etc. So having a clear vision and mission is important. And this comes from the person as well. Financial discipline. When we're trying to build a business, it's fundamental to understand that when you structure your business to begin with, you need to structure it as if you're taking money from someone else, not from your own pocket. The team, and I think we're of course going to go in details of all of this, but it's fundamental the team shares the same value, shares the same vision. Sometimes we get people that are so amazing, but they just don't fit. So what's more important is the cohesiveness of the team rather than the individual. Strong product, and of course, execution. So basically what's going to happen now is we're going to dive into each one of these, and then I'm going to give you a handout to evaluate your own businesses and see where you are. So when we look at a strategy, we discussed that it needs to be a clear vision and mission. And that's basically when we evaluate ourselves, the outcome we need is to have a clear positioning of where we are, what is our market, what are our goals, etc. And then when we look at the finances, we need to understand that our finances need to be structures. We need to know how much we're spending, how much we're burning, how much we need in order to sustain ourselves, for example, in the next 6 months, 12 months, etc. When we look at the team capabilities, we need to understand as founders, we need to always, not only as founders, but team, but we have all the capabilities to make our startup scale in the next, for example, 18 or 20 months coming. The product, it's important to understand that our product needs to have an MVP, needs to be validated. People actually, you have proof that people need your product. And then finally, the operations. So basically, we made it very easy. So we're going to give you an assessment. You just say that we're in strategy. I'm low, medium, high, whatever you are in the spectrum. So now, let's discuss strategy. As chief strategy? No. خلاص, the ship had sailed. Okay. Let's discuss now having a clear strategy. Tell me, any of you with a startup, can you tell me a product that you have? A market? Please. In the UK. So you do product for schools? GSCC science. Okay. So what's your market? Education sector? Okay. So basically when we look at his product, it's basically a product that is specifically in science, specific design for schools. So when we look at the sector and the market, and we say that basically his market is not the education sector as a whole, but for him, there is an addressable market. And for him, it's specifically the UK. So when we try to, let's say, illustrate our strategy or prepare our documentation, because here what we discuss is that we need to prepare for anyone who wants to build, or let's say, who wants to pitch the business. You cannot say that, for example, this is the education sector in the whole world, and this is my product, and this is what I'm going to do. It's like 200 billion, and all I need is like 5% of 200 billion. That's not realistic. That's not a strategy. A strategy is you start from where you are. So if it is in the UK, then you take the market itself, and then you take a portion, and it's called the addressable market, and then that percentage, you say that you can acquire, and you need to prove to acquire, for example, 1%, 2%, 3%, etc. And that is called a clear vision or a market. Now, when we talk about when you have addressed your market, you need to discuss how are you acquiring this? What is your strategy to go after that 5%? So you need to illustrate that basically how you're going to acquire that market is that you've seen that problem, and this is your solution for it. And then, basically, when we, and then you can show or illustrate the numbers around it. Any questions on that? These are a bit of handouts. If you can take them and look at the questions in the handout. So when we, تفضل.
Thank you. If you want to put a strategy, what is the timeline? And it's like for next 3 months or 1 year or 2 years? Should be long, short term?
I think ideally, a strategy is always looking at 18 months, depending on the startup maturity, to يعني 3 years. But 3 years is the default in technology. Usually the first year needs to be very detailed, but the following years can be just high-level numbers. But the next 12 months need to be very detailed. And here in this handout, when I discuss with you what is to review, it is basically when you go and require any funding or any evaluation of your business, this is what people will require from you. You need to have a pitch deck, an overview of your product. If your product is under IP, etc., you need to have these documents, a clear mission and vision, milestones. You need to have milestones for every quarter, like detailed 12 months plan on what are you doing, what you're planning to achieve. And of course, the competitive analysis around that market you're trying to get in, and of course, the short-term goals and the long-term as well. So looking at these questions, I'll give you just a few minutes to evaluate yourself. لا خلاص I'm good. أنت مصر؟ Doing good. إيه أوكي. Now we move on to the second fundamental. Okay, which is my favorite, to be honest. Financial and legal discipline. I think when you're driving a business, you need to know your numbers like the back of your hands. And as a founder, you are actually judged if you cannot answer when it comes, especially to financials and legal, and of course, your legal discipline. Has anyone worked with a real startup, or of course Abdulaziz worked with a startup? You understand bootstrapping? So basically, when it comes to the financials, when you are trying to acquire any funding, you need to understand that you have structured financials. You cannot pay from your own pocket. You cannot have your own personal account, but actually you need to have a separate business account. When you are going after funding, the most fun part is that you need to actually prove sometimes that you have contracts, you have traction, you have all of these things. And you have a legal structure for your business. Because when you are after funding, you cannot ask for funding when your business is not legally structured. So the financials are the fundamental and the backbone of your business. Without a structured financials, you cannot scale, you cannot grow. You need to have control, and you need to have clear separation of your financials. And basically, from my perspective, I see that also the financials are an indicator of your path when it comes to the business. Because as you go on in your business, you can see how much cash you're burning, revenues you're getting, and you need to keep track of all of this. Because the financials will give you an indication. If today you're burning 10K USD, in the next 6 months, 18 months, etc., you need to have a good track on that amount of money and making sure that with this money, I'm achieving my goals. Sometimes when we do forecasting in business cases, and I've seen my fair share of business cases, and a lot of them I always say, like, did you just put your finger here and say, like, how much I'm spending? Because it's like when we are building numbers, it's important to understand. I will give you a simple, a very simple example. The cost of, I'm an engineer, so wiring a building. You look at you measure the height of the building, how much you require from a cable, how much the unit cost of that cable, and then you multiply it, and then you get the number. For example, this is how financials built. You know, that technical conclusion, how you got the number, is exactly when you build business cases and explain your financials, you need to be in that details. Like, for example, I need X number of engineers because they need X number of hours in order to build my product in the next 6 months. And in the next 6 months, they will produce that product which we have in an MVP developed, but we're gonna, let's say, have all the right, let's say, fundamentals to scale, and therefore we will attract X revenues, okay? Because we're gonna sell it with X unit. So having the details of your financials is very, very important.
What do you do if, for me, for example, I am the product, and so the cost is my time? So it's very hard for me to project anything financially because it's my time, it's me, I am the product. So it's a bit of a different situation.
Actually, it's very easy. Because on average, let's say last week, how many, let's say, sessions you booked? How many of your time? Yeah, just give me, just give me an hour. Just give me like a number of hours.
So
and
so
is
number
it
of
differs?
hours on the number of hours on session. I did a workshop, so last week it would have been 4 hours for the masterclass I run, plus 2 hours consultation on the side.
Yes. So the hours that, because networking is not considered, because this is, for us, it's like business development. So you cannot consider that as revenues. But when it comes to your masterclass and your workshops, you can average it out per week. Like, for example, you say, my plan is to sell 15 hours. And then you would project 15 hours. And then you need to work out your marketing plans and your networking sessions and all of these things in order to achieve that. And then as you close on 3 months, you will have a running cost, or let's say a running revenue. And that is...
So should I be clocking the hours that I'm doing? So
Yes.
for example, I am my marketer, I'm my web designer, last week I was a graphic designer. They're my own, I'm the accountant. I am everything.
Yeah.
So I haven't been writing the hours down, I just get it done.
Yeah.
So I'm just at the moment, you could say so far I've put hundreds of hours in, but it will be extremely profitable, but it's just me and the hours. So I should start putting that in like a graph of the hours by department.
Excel sheet, no graphs.
Yes,
Excel
Excel
sheet.
sheet.
Yeah,
Excel
Excel
sheet.
sheet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
My favorite part, the team. No business can be built without a cohesive team. No viruses, asthma, I'm sorry. So basically, when we talk about I've seen in my days a lot of people who think that they can do the one-man part of show, where they can build everything themselves, they can do everything themselves. And yes, to a certain level. If you want to make a living, have a comfortable life, yes, you can do it on your own to a certain level. However, if you plan to scale, if you plan to go global, if you plan to really build 100 million, a billion, a unicorn, then definitely you need a team. And not any team. A team that shares your values, not looking at a paycheck, but a team that is passionate about the vision, about the mission, about what you're doing. And that team will be unstoppable. In one of my early startups, we had an amazing person. Since the beginning of the startup, the team was about 6, and then he joined us. But later on, although he's brilliant, he gives in the hours, he does all of this, but he just didn't fit our culture. He seemed to be always doing a good job, but more of finding the problems rather.
When you have ups and downs, but it's not easy at all. Maybe it's simple, but it's not easy at all. So I just want to add this. But if you success, nothing can stop you at all.
I totally agree. The word you didn't say is don't feel guilty. Yeah.
Don't feel guilty, yes.
Yeah, don't feel guilty. You need to think of it that way. If you don't take the decision today to get rid of that person, then this whole startup with the 7 people, their life will be affected and it will die eventually. So in my first startup in 2012, I remember when we started our first game and we launched our game, at 12 a.m. in the new year, we were all sitting because at 12 a.m. Apple will drop the number of downloads that your product had. And at that time, we hit the number of 10K, which was a really big deal at that time. So when we were in gaming, at 12 a.m., we can be at home. We can be with our loved ones. We can be anywhere. But we decided as a team to be together. And also, when we had issues, we had one developer, one animator. I was handling the business and also the marketing, and we have the full team. We were about 6 people that handled that startup. When we had issues in the development when we launched the game, we would sit in the office, although we had nothing to do, because we see the issues and we put the issues. We had these Scrum boards where all the issues are there and the developer is working on them. But we had to be there because cannot be sitting alone in the office and then all of us are not here and he's just working on the issues. We had to be around him to support him. So supporting each other is important. It's not about all the time just achieving the goals or doing what you have to do as a person. But you need to think of the collective of the team as well. And how can you support? Sometimes just being there is enough. My favorite part. In my first startup, which was the gaming company, I started, of course, with, I said I'm going to build a PlayStation 5 game, which then figured out that it takes 4 years and 300 million. So changed that to a mobile game. And when we launched our mobile game, we figured out that, okay, we had 10,000 active users per day. And we made $1,000 at the end of the month, which doesn't even sustain not a salary, but even like the petty cash of the company, $1,000. So we thought, okay, we need to pivot. How can we make money? So the game was about, have you heard of Fun Run? Yeah? So it's like people running, competing against each other online. And basically in Fun Run, okay, we placed billboards along the game and we sold them. And then instead of making only $1,000, we started making around $10,000 a month. And then we started making $50,000. How? We started white labeling and doing B2B games. So that's important to understand that when you believe in an idea, you need to be flexible. You need to be open to pivoting, because not always what you think is the actual reality of life. But sometimes you need to really be open to changing, because you need to understand what's important is sustaining the business, is having a profitable business that is going to scale. And it's okay to change here and there. In May, I started, everybody talks about AI these days, right? Everyone. So I started, there was a product, PopMart. You know PopMart? Have you heard of PopMart? Labubu. Okay. So it was big, got it, built a website, one-man show, one-woman show, and then I started using AI in building content, marketing, and made a lot of money. Go-to-market is important. And sometimes, even before you actually build the product, build a dummy page. Try it. Go online, use Instagram, use Google marketing, because not with your actual business name, even with a dummy name, sorry, just to look at the traction. Are people interested? How many people are interested? What is their demography? Any questions? The product. When I had an iteration of one of the businesses that I was doing, I had this demography that mainly, for example, if I do gym or paddle clothing, the demography will be mainly males. When I did I used Google to put models, etc. online, and found out that 80% were actually males, from 25 up to 45. Demographies and personas are important. Always choose one in your product. I'll give you a fantastic example, which I like to give all the time. iPad. You know when iPad started, what was the first ad for iPad? Okay. It was a guy with entering an office. Okay, but they don't show the face. They show a very nice shoes and like a suit. And then they show, do you know Aspen? Okay, Aspen is a ski resort or a ski city in the US. And he was sitting, again, nice shoes. And then you see the all over, you can see the ice or the snow. So what was the message from Apple on iPad? Huh? It can go anywhere? Okay. The message was from Apple that iPad was targeted, middle-aged men, wealthy, that are, for example, Wall Street type of guys that can afford a second home in Aspen or a vacation in Aspen. So that was the target. Today, who do you think has the most iPads? Children. Fantastic. So the idea is that when you build a product, stick to a persona. They built it for middle-aged men, but because it was an amazing product, now children have it. So don't deviate. Don't think that everyone can have my product. No. Design it to a single persona. One person. And if it's amazing enough, everyone will adapt to it. Discipline, the most boring thing, which is a necessity in life. In my second startup, which called Magaza, after Girnas, I learned a lesson that I should be mindful of expats pronouncing the name. Girnas was in Arabic, it was a bit heavy, so Magaza was a bit lighter. So Magaza was about small businesses, to onboard them to a platform that when you order from them, you could see the delivery to your house. Okay? Now, when we started Magaza, we did the development. In parallel, what I did is asked one of the team, his job in life was documentation. Before we got funding, before we launched, before anything. Because some businesses, it's all about the experience, and the experience from the beginning needs to be right. So in order to make the experience right, we had to document the customer journey, the customer onboarding, the way that we will deal with customer complaints, the FAQs, all of these things. We spent in Magaza a lot of our time actually documenting. So yes, startups are fun in building sometimes, but it is also essential to do the boring stuff, because the boring stuff, which is, for example, the financials, the processes, all of these things, these are the things that will get you the funding, that will get you the structure, which is required for you to grow and scale with, today, anyone that had these documents can sit, serve the customer, do anything. So I can hire 20 people in one day, and they will be all like machines, because I had the right documentation for it. And this is what I had in mind. So in addition to that, it's important to understand that, for example, if your product requires sales, that each of you will have certain KPIs. For example, I need to meet 20 customers per day. Don't know, just go to the streets, go anywhere, but get me 20 customers. And I need to do that every day. That's important. Important to look at what are the KPIs that will make you grow, document them, and then stick to them. My favorite way of sticking to them is doing a Scrum wall and have everyone's tasks in the wall, and all of us convene in the morning and in the afternoon looking at what we have achieved, what we have done with all of these. But having KPIs are, I know it is like a fancy word, but it's not. It's actually very important. It is just about writing down what everyone should do in this company for the next day, month, or even year. So we have KPIs for weeks, for example, a week, for a month, and there are KPIs that are for the overall year. An example of revenue, or an example of a KPI that would be is operational cost. An example of a revenue is how marketing spent, etc., or even traction, how many people did we get, how many customers we onboarded, how many complaints did we get, etc. All of these are KPIs. These are important, and you decide what's important for your business. Anything? Please.
For the documentation of SOPs and processes, do you think for a startup it's better to have it documented right from the beginning, or once operations are stable and...
No, of course from the beginning.
From the beginning.
Yes, especially if you are an e-commerce, it's essential that you have it from the beginning. Because then after, it will be a bit of chaos, or you will not be able to do it. This is how you evaluate yourself. Please take the time. So I think we have talked now about all the fundamentals of the business, and I hope that you have an idea of where you are today. Do you have any questions or? Before we end the session, I know that we've discussed a lot about the fundamentals of the business and strategy and all of these things. I think one of my favorite tools in strategy is the SWOT analysis. One of the startups that I've learned about, especially of the AI age, is one guy that he made a mission of his life is to look at, for example, a new tool of AI came up, which was to create ads. Very clean ads. So what he did is he looked at all their reviews, look at all their issues, created similar tool, fixing all of that. And then when he heard of a new AI tool as well that does something else, he also went, looked all of these reviews and fixed all the issues and launched another tool. So I think SWOT analysis is essential for you to look at not your own strengths, what are the opportunities, what are the weaknesses, etc. What are the threats that you could face, and really know where you are in the market. Of course, I hope you enjoyed the session. I work as an advisor with Scale Now, which is part of the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. And it's an amazing program that actually will do all of this for you. So I'll give you 5 minutes for them to explain a bit about themselves.
Hello, everyone. How are you? So as Munira was saying, Scale Now program helps you in terms of assessing your product, giving you actionable recommendations to be able to help you in the entire program. So how we do it? After we do the SWOT analysis, we have a discovery and assessment phase. We identify the gaps that are in your company because every company has blind spots that you might not know of. We bring in experts in terms of product, strategy, and operations, finance, and team and culture. And we give you recommendations that would be applied in the next 6 months, 1 year, and long terms in terms of 3 years. After that, we would design a program for you. We'll bring in experts like Munira and many other great experts we have in the ecosystem to be able to help you in terms of the delivery of the program. Other than that, please, if you could, next slide. You can apply to, first of all, if you have any questions to ask Munira, please feel free to. And this is just a few things about the Scale Down program. So we have discovery and assessment phase, capability building, which is the modules that you would need to succeed, which is finance, product, strategy, expansion opportunities that you want to have in the program also would help you in that. Local go-to-market support, we bring in experts that are in the Qatari market that could really leverage your go-to-market strategy. Expansion readiness, if you want to expand to KSA, this is a very big topic that everyone thinks about. Also, we can help you on that. Also, expansion to outside KSA, we would evaluate what is the best country for your current product and your current team, because always teams tend to forget that when you do expand, you have the concept that is called the key man strategy. So if you expand, you might lose a very important resource that you might have missed while you do the expansion. And strategic partnership, you should always know that you can't grow alone. You need someone to grow with. And this is how we identify what partner you do need to be able to grow. And this is how we will facilitate the introductions to do that. And we will be helping you in terms of introducing you to potential pilot opportunities in Qatar and also outside of Qatar. This is very few insights about the companies that we have in Scale now. We have 30 companies in the past year and a half. We only started in the end of 2024. And now we're in our third cohort. I do see some people here from the Scale Now community as well. Please feel free to know them. You can also find some companies back in the MCIT booths. We help the companies also close 152 business deals where they are a part of the program. And we facilitated 25 plus introductions and also hopefully more ongoing soon. And the companies raised 47 million riyals while they were part of the Scale Now program. And if you are interested to apply in the Scale Now program, here's the barcode. Please do apply today. We're opening applications until April 1. And then we have a very rigorous process in terms of doing interviews, doing assessments, and then eventually having a pitch day in front of judges from the ecosystem. And I'll leave it to Munira if she wants to close with anything and if you want to ask her any questions in the 5-10 minutes that we still have. Thank you so much.
I think you did amazing, Tariq, especially that I put you on the spot. But I would say that please take advantage. It's like free consultancy that will cost you a kidney somewhere else. So thank you. Thank you, everyone.
دايما الصف الاول معروف. هذه قاعده.
Hello.
Welcome back, everyone. Up next in MCIT's Theatre agenda, we have a panel discussion on shaping the future of learning, AI and personalized education in Qatar. Please welcome Yazan, Management Consultant at Oliver Wyman, the moderator of this session, and our speakers, Amna Al-Ka'bi from MCIT, Ahmed Saleh from Scale AI, and Khulud Al-Mannai from the Ministry of Education and Higher Education.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're having a great time at Web Summit 2026. My name is Yazan Kharoufe. I'm a management consultant at Oliver Wyman, where I work on strategy, transformation, and delivery of large-scale digital and AI initiatives across the Gulf region. And I'm honored to be moderating today's session. Our panel discussion brings together three key players from the public and private sector to discuss the role of AI in advancing education and national personalized learning platform, which is a current initiative being developed. And I'm pleased to be joined today by three distinguished panelists: Khulud Al-Mannai, Director of E-Learning and Digital Solutions at the Ministry of Education and Higher Education; Amna Al-Ka'bi, Head of Emerging Technology at the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology; and finally, Ahmed Saleh, who is the Education Sector Lead at Scale AI. Please join me in giving our panelists a warm round of applause. Now, Ms. Khulud, from your professional perspective, how is artificial intelligence reshaping education as a sector in Qatar? And what role does the Ministry of Education play in steering this transformation?
Thank you, Yazan, and thank you for the attendees for being here. Thank you for having me today. So AI became a fundamental capability in modern education, and because it changes how teachers teach, how students are learning, and how systems understand students' performance. In Qatar, AI will allow the education to be more personalized, more data-driven, and future-ready learning models. So our role is to ensure that AI adoption serves the learning goals, that most importantly, and aligns with the curriculum, supports the teacher, of course, but never replace them. And our role is also to set the direction, standards, priority of adopting AI, and ensuring that AI is integrated as a part of coherent strategy, education strategy, not just an isolated tools.
Fantastic, thank you for that. Now, building on that, Amna Al-Ka'bi, from MCIT's perspective, what national digital and AI foundations are required to enable AI as a core capability across the education sector?
Thank you, Yazin, for having me. So building on top of what Khulud just said, I really believe that education cannot succeed in isolation. So it starts with having a strong digital infrastructure, and for us to have this infrastructure, we need to make sure that it's scalable, secure, and interoperable, and this which will allow educational sector to thrive in this economy. And MCIT have had a lot of investment in that. So we can see that the investment that we've done in the infrastructure, in data centers, and security in general, allow us to have this, this connection between AI and all of the infrastructure to enable having education on top of it.
Fantastic. Now, Ahmed Saleh, from a global practitioner perspective, what are the key ingredients required to successfully apply AI at scale in the education sector?
Yeah, so thank you, everyone. I think when we think of AI at a national level first, it's very important that we understand how this cascades down at different levels. So generally, you have the national level at a Qatar, like government level, where you need to align with the strategy, and then that case cascades down at the sectorial level. So for example, to Khulud's point on education, it's very, very important when you think of education that you always involve actively and participate the ecosystem. So the ecosystem needs to be involved in the process end-to-end. And that's very important to make sure that your solution is customized and bespoke. That's a very important ingredient. The second important ingredient that we have also is you want to make sure you always monitor and evaluate the performance of your model that you're building. So AI is as good as the data that feeds into the AI systems, and that's something that is a key element. And on top of all of that, there sits an important ingredient, which is the infrastructure. And thanks to MCIT, with the support of TASMO, this infrastructure is very well positioned to help build AI solutions and scale them at a higher level. So I think this is, for me, one of the most key ingredients to make sure that everyone is involved in the build of the solution, but also the model is accurate and the results reflect what we want education to be in the future.
Fantastic, very clear. Now back to you, Ms. Khulud. How does AI in education support Qatar's national vision and long-term human capital development?
Well, the integration of AI in education directly supports the Qatar vision of knowledge-based economy and innovative-driven economy. It's by modernizing how learning is being delivered and assessed, and how AI help every student with their skills required for future industries. It's also how AI enable a more responsive education system, one that identify gap earlier and also support personalized learning path, empower teachers with a better insights about their students' performance, and also over time, this will contribute to develop a highly skilled national workforce, reinforcing that education is a strategic pillar for social and economic development.
Very clear. Now, Amna, from a digital transformation perspective, indicate that...
So readiness for scale is reflected on the ability for institutes to adopt digital tools consistently, operate them reliably, and use data effectively in decision making. And we can see that all of these three things are already implemented by the Ministry of Education and Higher Education. And they've had a lot of initiatives on place now enabled to provide schools and students with all the learning that they need. So they made it easy for us to build on top of that, because if you go for AI directly without having an infrastructure, or if people are not if people are not used to technology and adopting it, it will be very hard to take it into next step. So this is a huge effort from the Ministry of Education, and I think this is what helped us as MCIT to build AI capabilities.
Very well said. Thank you so much. Ahmed Saleh, what differentiates countries that successfully scale AI in education from those that remain stuck in pilots?
Yeah, I think that's a very good question because, again, going back to the point that we don't need to think at an enterprise level when we look at AI, especially for governments. We need to think at a national level. And, countries often, they fail to understand that the main issue or the main failure for most of the AI systems is actually limitations on the infrastructure. So I want to insist on the point of infrastructure being the key element, and with MCIT's support, of course, to help those AI solutions build and evolve over time. Now, if I want to be specific within the education sector, I want to say that it's important that the AI system is there to help teachers and to help students in a personalized way. So personalization or hyper-personalization is an important concept that we need to embed in the education system. The idea is that AI will augment teachers and it will not replace teachers. So the role of the teacher is always important, it's always there. AI will help remove the admin activities that are basically repetitive in nature, while letting those teachers focus on the social and on the emotional side of learning, which is a very important aspect. So countries tend to maybe focus on AI as a replacement. However, AI is an augmentation to what the education system does. And it's always empowered by the people of the education system, such as the Ministry of Education in Qatar and what they're doing, and also the ecosystem as a whole.
Very clear.
Just to build on top of what Ahmed just mentioned, I was in a meeting with the Ministry of Labor a while back, and I realized that with AI, the number of unemployment in Qatar decreased, while people would think the other way around. People would think that AI is replacing people and it's taking their jobs. But what we're seeing now at the moment, especially with Qatar's vision into having new jobs by 2030. I think they're looking into 26,000 new professions here in Qatar, and this will always be available with AI in the mixture.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much for your addition, and thank you, Ahmed, for your answer. Now back to you, Khulud. What principles guide the responsible use of AI in education, and how do you ensure alignment with Qatar's values and cultural context?
So our guiding principle when it comes to AI integrated within education is simply it should have to align with our cultural identity, reflects our values, and also aligns with the standard, the academic standard. Also, AI should be grounded with the national curriculum, continuously being reviewed just to make sure that it is reflecting and aligned what the students learn in their classrooms. We also introduce or make sure that we introduce AI progressively, however, with a strong academic oversight and a strong educational or educators' involvement.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. Now, building on that, Amna, as AI continues to evolve, how do you ensure that governance, safety, and compliance remain strong at a national level?
So responsible AI starts with a strong national governance. MCIT ensures that AI systems are being implemented securely, respect privacy, and comply with Qatar's data protection and digital policy. And this is one of the things that we saw in FENAR as an Arabic LLM that we have here in Qatar, and having all the guardrails that take care of our culture and make sure that the Arabic and Qatari culture are to make sure that people abide to our culture. So basically, having it as a top layer on top of our projects is a very added value, and it helps people make sure that we are abiding to the technical guardrails, while the Ministry of Education is focusing on the educational guardrails. I think having these two in place makes sure that we are on the right track.
Very well said. Thank you. Ahmed, based on international experience, what governance or design practices are most critical to maintain trust in AI-enabled education systems?
Yeah, I think Khulud spoke about this point very well regarding what we call adapting to local and cultural norms. So I think I want to start with this point, which is very important, because whenever you think of an educational system, it's very important that you take into consideration the boundaries when it comes to local context. At the end, when you're building a solution, you want the solution to be ethical. You want the solution to be following the standards of the ministry and the government. Again, we're building at a national level. We're not building at an enterprise level. So that's a big difference. Second, which is operational, what we call operational governance. So, as you know, the setup here, you have MCIT, who's the custodian of most of those AI use cases. We have the owner, which is the Ministry of Education, and you have the vendor developing the solution. So it's important to have this governance set in place so that everyone is looped in on different iterations and follow-ups as we go forward with the development and the deployment. And the last and very important point is human-centric design. So human-centric design means whenever you develop solutions for critical sectors such as education, human should be always in the loop. And human is always at the center of evolving the solution and making sure the solution reflects or respects the local context. And that's something that we at Scale have been doing very carefully with the Ministry of Education, making sure they're involved in the design process and all the way down to the development process, and making sure we iterate as we go. So human-centric design is a very important concept, and it's very important for critical sectors such as education.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. Now back to Khulud. How is the role of teachers, students, and institutions evolving as AI becomes part of the education sector?
So I'll be complementing what Ahmed said about the role of the educators and teachers. And this is what I will start with. I was once a teacher, and I always advocate for them. And AI, when it is integrated in the education system, it never it should empower the teachers, but never bypass them or replace them. That's why in the designs, as Ahmed said, is that we made sure that teachers' role and contribution starts early as early as adopting AI, because they provided an insightful feedback about what they need as teachers and what works for their student as well. Also, later on, when it's applied and deployed in education context, it's important that teachers act as a guide of ethical use, and they model how to use AI for their student as well. Looking into students' role, the students' role will be with the AI and integrated, it will enable them and empower them to reach the maximum potential because AI can adapt to their needs, to their learning interest, and even their base of learning. If we look into institutions such as schools or us as a Ministry of Education, it helps us to give us visibility of where the students are and have an informative, a fully informative decision, continuously improve our system.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. Now back to you, Amna. From a systems perspective, how does AI enable the shift while maintaining consistency and equity across the sector?
Before I answer your question, I just want to build on top of what Khulud just said. I really believe that our role is not just providing technology. Our role is also to make sure that we are adopting these solutions properly. And this will only be done when we include people in the loop. So this is the most important thing, to make sure that when we design the solution, we design it with the perspective of the teachers that we have, with the perspective of the students. Like, we need to know, like, do they like what they're playing with? Like the gamification that we have in the solution, is it something that's going to engage them, or is it something that will be shelved later on? So that's a really important thing that we need to make sure, like in every solution that we have, whether it's in the education sector, healthcare sector, and any other sector, to make sure that it's a successful implementation. Now, back to your question regarding the, what was it?
I'll repeat the question again. And the point that you raised for continuity is very important in any use case we build, of course. From a systems perspective, how does AI enable the shift while maintaining consistency and equity across the sector?
So enabling the shift requires a shared digital foundation that ensure every school, every student, and every teacher has access to it. And this is provided by all the schools currently in Qatar. So every school has access to technology, have access to basic communication platforms, they have access to internet. So I don't think there's any school in Qatar that doesn't have any of these technology enablement at the moment, which is a very good thing, because I know in many other countries they don't have this privilege that our students have. So since we have all of these shared services and shared infrastructure, having it as a common platform and adding national standard on top of it will make sure that we don't create fragmentation and inequality across education sector, and that everything will be harmonized.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Ahmed, from an implementation standpoint, how can AI augment human roles without creating dependency or skill erosion?
Yeah, I think it's a good question because people have the illusion that AI will reduce the skills that people are going to be evolving over time. But AI will actually help develop new skills that people can leverage for the benefit of the society. So, when you build an education system or an educational AI solution, and this solution is actually driven by educators, by curriculum experts, you're actually keeping them in the loop throughout the process. And as you go throughout the process, there are new skills that will emerge that would help the solution build more and more and in a better way. So it's actually not a skill erosion, it's a skill enhancement and enablement. And just to echo on that from Scale's perspective, we at Scale, we speak a lot about reliable AI systems. And reliability is a very important key, and reliability cannot be achieved unless you involve the education system and you keep the human always, human-centric design. Human is always in the loop. And again, we're solving here one of the most critical decisions in the world, right? Like education, healthcare are critical sectors. So having this mentality, making sure that at the end, we're building AI literate population, we're involving the educational people in the design and the deployment is something that will definitely not erode skills, but will actually enhance and amplify skills.
Fantastic. Very well said. Thank you so much for that. Back to you, Khulud. Looking ahead, how could AI fundamentally change how education systems evolve and adapt over the next decade?
When we talk about decade, we're talking about 2036, and this is really far from now because everyone in the education sector is kind of anticipating what will AI can do within the 2-3 years. But what I can say is that AI has the potential to shift the education system, the static education system, to more adaptive and responsive. It also will help the education system to continuously improve policies, curriculum evolve based on evidence, and this all will help to shape a resilient education system.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. Amna, from a national digital transformation perspective, how does MCIT enable future-ready adaptive systems?
So at MCIT, we worked on the infrastructure, we worked on the security, we worked on the technology itself. But the main thing that we need to make sure that we're always taking into consideration is the public of Qatar, the people, the human. So having all these solutions human-centric, making sure that these people are going to be able to adopt these solutions, giving them the right education. The MCIT is providing one of the best national training programs through Qatar Digital Academy, and we have one of the program Elif in partnership with Scale. So there are a lot of programs in addition to having the technology ready in order to enable people with the resources that they need to excel.
Finally, back to you, Ahmed. From a global and technology view, how do you see AI shaping the next generation of education systems?
It's a hard question, and Khulud said it. Like the horizon is very fast. Things are moving really fast. I mean, I'm just going to give 3 concrete examples from my experience. I think the first one is hyper-personalization. And what we mean by hyper-personalization is AI solutions will no longer just look at the student's mastery level and adapt to the mastery level. I think the future is the students will actually take the models will take the cognitive behaviors of those students, and it will adapt the model to that accordingly. So it's not just mastery level, it's more on the cognitive and emotional side. I think that's a concept that could potentially evolve with the way technology is evolving. Another one is, the curriculum is pretty much obsolete in the world. Like, there's not much happening at the curriculum. So having fluid content that evolves as the world emerges. And for example, like if there are any world events that happen, this content could potentially evolve to feed into that content. So the content becomes more dynamic, and this dynamicity will feed into the model. So the model will train on new content as we go. So I think that's a very futuristic concept, but I think that's something that could potentially come. And the last point, which is my favorite point, is actually, we're speaking K-12 mainly on solutions now, but I think linking the job market to the whole educational system is something that potentially will evolve. So think of a world where, world is changing, job opportunities are changing. Having this feed into how students learn, how they learn in their K-12 or in higher education, linking this together helps a lot match supply and demand. So I think this is, far-fetched in the future, but I think it's a good concept.
It's doable.
Exactly. Yeah. It is global, and I think, the future of education is everything is interlinked, and everything feeds into each other across the different entities, and then we find jobs for the right skill set. We build skill sets for the right jobs.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. That was very clear and excellent points were made.
Thank you.
With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our panel today. Thank you so much for joining us. And please join me with another round of applause to thank our panelists for their excellent answers, and enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Up next in MCIT's Theatre agenda, we have a panel discussion under the title of What Makes Qatar Work for Funders. Please welcome Majid, Director of Ecosystem Integration at Alchemist, the moderator of this session, and our speakers, Faraj Abdullah, Director of Digital Economy at MCIT, and Abdullah Al-Khanji, Founding Partner of Finjan Ventures and Flair.
السلام عليكم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. I'm so glad to be back to where I started. Hello everyone, my name is Majid Lababidi. Once I was incubated under MCIT back in 2013 when I started my first startup before I joined Alchemist Doha as an investor. I'm so happy to be here with you and of course with my friend. And my first angel investor in Qatar was Faraj Jassim. He believed in our startup back in 2014, 15. And my friend Abdullah, also he's a great entrepreneur as well as a great investor at this stage. Would you start by giving a small introduction, Faraj, please?
Yeah, my name is Faraj Abdullah. I'm the Director of Digital Economy. I was again incubated 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago, in the DIC, Digital Incubation Center, one of our flagship programs at the Ministry of Communication. It's a pleasure to be here and welcome back again, Majid.
Thank you, Faraj. Thank you. Thank you, Majid. Thank you, Faraj. My name is Abdullah Al-Khanji, and just like you two, I was an entrepreneur back in 2014. We were incubated in MCIT, the Digital Incubation Program, and we grew so much from that experience there. And Faraj was also one of my early angel investors in a startup. And that means Faraj has a lot of money? Should people approach him? He has a lot of risk appetite. That's correct. That's correct.
I'm here today on a different hat, so please.
Great. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here with you. So we have a great title, What Makes Qatar Work for Founders. So I want to start with you, Faraj, from a public perspective. What have the MCIT done so far to attract founders for being here under the incubator that you have? Like now, for example, when I go to your incubator, you have 2 floors still, a lot of logos, right, been graduated, and many are coming. So a little bit of what the incubator actually provides right now.
First of all, unlike many other governments that are focused on policy, MCIT takes a more proactive approach and acts as a partner with the private sector. So we provide a safety net for founders. Since its inception, the DIC have incubated more than 500 companies over the past 10 years. And at any point of time today, as we speak, we incubate 125 companies or startups in DIC, all digital. And we have 3 flagship programs today. We have the Digital Incubation Center for idea stage companies all the way to Series A. We have the TESMO Accelerator program, which is fully focused on smart technologies. And finally, we have the Scale Now program, which was designed because when we looked at the existing programs, there was not a single program that's actually catering for companies at the growth stage. Therefore, we decided to create the Scale Now program that actually serves more mature companies and to help them access markets, open and matchmake them with local partners and help them expand locally and regionally.
So you've kind of like created like a one path for...
Precisely, yes.
Exactly, from the idea stage to scale.
Yes.
This is exactly what you're doing right now. Amazing. Thank you so much, Faraj. So Abdullah, before you became a great investor, you were once founder yourself. What is the difference between, what kind of insights you can give us between when you were a founder and now? Like, what is the difference right now? What was not exist, let's say, back when we were founders and now? From the founder perspective.
So when I was a founder, we started our, we had an idea back when we were in university, and we needed to get into the market. So the idea was a university project, let's call it. And we wanted to work with real doctors to find the solution for the problems that they were facing. So that's where we met the Digital Incubation Center in MCIT, and they were very generous in giving us the right support, including issuing the first trade license, introducing us to the healthcare sector, to real doctors, and having real meetings with them. So that was the first part, which is, let's call it as a logistic support to get us started in the business as well. The second step was MCIT was very generous in providing us with lectures from experts. So they were inviting experts over, teaching us how startups function and work. Back in 2014, it was very, the word startup was not very popular. So we had to convince people, convince companies, especially healthcare companies, that we can do it, you can trust us, and you can have confidence in us. And fast forward 10 years later, today we are mentors giving back to MCIT and the startups, giving support and teaching them the lessons that we have learned as well.
So now you're passing your knowledge to the next generation of founders.
Yes, absolutely.
That's amazing. So a follow-up questions. So you were a founder, you got all this support from all the stakeholders. What made you want to be an investor yourself? Especially in Qatar, like we know, here the ecosystem was a little bit, like it was picking up, let's say, right? And you became an investor when it was picking up, not now. So what made you an investor?
Okay, so I remember back in 2014, 2015, 2016. So these 2-3 years were very exciting for me. We had an office in the MCIT building, and we had many startups next to us. One of them was Urban Point, one of them was Fi, and so on. And we were sharing pizza together. Like we were having pizza together at night, and we were sharing information and knowledge. So for example, when we had a programming challenge, we would go to our fellow startups and ask them questions and learn from them. And that helped us to develop our software even better and helped them as well to come up with new ideas. And so because we were all living in the same floor, we were able to share even partnerships. So for example, why are you doing this? Let me do this for you, and vice versa. So we were able to share resources, share partnerships, and grow together as teams, as multiple startups growing together as teams. Now, the beautiful thing about the market here in Doha is it's a very diverse market. You see people from many nationalities, people from many different age groups, and people from many backgrounds. So we've had engineers in our teams, we've had doctors in our teams, and having this diverse group of teams in with one vision and mission really helps us to solve more and more problems and to cater to more and more customers.
So this is where you notice that in Qatar we have a lot of talents, and these talents might become a promising founders in the future, and these talents are increasing year after year.
Exactly, absolutely.
Yeah. So if we take what Abdullah talked about, the collaboration between founders. So Faraj, what can you tell us about the collaboration between the private sector and the public sector? You mentioned Scale Now, right? So Scale Now, one of the main factors at Scale Now is to introduce the startups to the real world. It's not about idea, it's not about the cap table, it's not about how much money you have in the bank, it's actually how much clients you have, what kind of engagement you're doing with real customers. So how the MCIT facilitate these connections? Because this is very important for founders, right?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. So first of all, we look at the scale-up companies as companies that will create jobs. We have a target to achieve of creating 25,000 jobs by 2030 in the ICT market.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why I'm telling you this.
Yes.
as a ministry, we are always continuously committed to supporting these startup companies or scale-up companies. Throughout the program, we have now we are in the third cohort of the Scale Now program.
Yes.
We have supported 30 companies across 16 different sectors. 65% of them are AI driven. Of course, we're not going to sit and watch the world use AI. We are shaping that world today or these founders are shaping the world of AI. And in the very first month of our program, we do sit with each startup and we understand the specific needs of each startup company. What are the gaps? What are the areas that they would like us to focus on? And based on these gaps, we would connect them to the relevant experts that could help them address these gaps. Now, throughout these processes, now we are connecting them with people from the industry, from academia. We are, in certain cases, we are creating a board of advisory where they have a board from the industry that's helping them. We had a few companies, for example, in the prop tech industry, and then we are connecting them with real estate developers, and we are. They have today a number of advisors from the real estate industry. So this is how we're doing it. Of course, again, the government is very committed. We have seen the establishment of the fund of funds, the allocation of $1 billion to create the fund of funds. We have today 12 VCs that are active in Qatar, and then in the opening of the Web Summit this year, 2026, His Excellency the Prime Minister announced the additional top-up of $2 billion. That will hopefully attract more and more VCs to Qatar. Now, with all of this momentum picking up, I believe there is a big opportunity here for founders and not only on the funding front, but also when it comes to technology pilots. The Prime Minister announced a package of $2.5 billion for digital transformation use cases in the government.
That's amazing.
Yes. So all of these are great opportunities for startups to really tap into and leverage.
Aren't we spoiling the founders, Qatar?
Are we doing enough?
Back in the time, we were like really struggling.
Yes, but today the NDSA3, the National Development Strategy, the third, is aiming. We have an objective to spend 1.5% of the GDP on R&D, and we have a specific KPI of that 60% of that expenditure should come from the private sector. We have a big gap to close, and that's double the amount that we are spending today. We need to build the capabilities. We are learning as a nation. It's a learning curve that we're going through, I'm very pleased to see all of this momentum, and I think there is appetite even to do more, but we're taking steady steps towards that.
I'll be back, and I ask like a follow-up question later. But Abdullah, you know, like so a startup usually they scale because their product's ready. They think there's a market somewhere else, but when they land in another ecosystem, they don't know anyone there. They're not familiar with the decision making. They don't know exactly how the culture works and so on and so on. So you, as one of the founders in Finjan Capital, how you make it easy for these founders to land in Qatar from the ecosystem perspective, especially when like you're doing angel fund, right? So how you connect them with the ecosystem as an angel investor? Yes, as an angel investor.
Okay, so our investment thesis at Finjan is that we want to empower companies in Qatar to expand to Saudi and the region, and the vice versa, the other way around. So we've had companies in our portfolio grow from Qatar to Dubai, Kuwait, Saudi, and even Oman, and the other way around. So we've had companies in Bahrain expand to Saudi and so on. So we partner up with other VCs in the region, and we thought VCs are going to be competitive to one another, but it turns out that it's the other way around. They would love to collaborate because they would like to share the due diligence, they would like to share the red flags, and like to share potential opportunities. So VCs like to collaborate on that, and that's why we encourage startups to go with the smart investors and smart VCs. Someone who is willing to open doors with the right sector and the right customer base that you're looking for, whether geographically or whether in different markets or different sectors.
طيب. So if I go back to Faraj, again, the BPP, the triple P approach, private-public partnership. So what does the MCIT do to make the private sector work with you? I mean, why? Because, you know, like, especially the big enterprises, they used to be scared of dealing with startups because for them it's going to take more time, more energy, and so on and so on. But now the momentum is completely different. Like you see, like big enterprises like Qatar Airways, QMB, now we work also with Sidra, with Hamad, like everybody's actually are coming together to support the founders that actually landing here in Qatar. What changed in your opinion, Farah, especially like you've been into ecosystem for the past 15 years, 16 years?
So first of all, there is a general direction, there is a push towards the adoption of innovation. So everyone wants to innovate, they don't know how. That's I think the major shift.
From the enterprise
side,
from
yes,
the corporate
from
side,
the
yes.
private. Now, if we dissect the private sector, we have the corporates and then we have the startups. One is the demand side, the other one is the supply. We have plenty of supply. The demand is picking up, I would say. Today, the intention is there, the know-how is there. A few years ago, if you come and attend these local events such as the Web Summit, a handful of numbers of corporates would be present to get in. The competition is really high. And to get in, the competition is really high. And throughout the process, we would challenge them even before putting them in. In front of the client. You guys are not ready. You need to work in front of the client. You guys are not ready. You need to work on 1, 2, 3. We basically give them tough love. So basically, we make sure because we care about them and we need to work with them on addressing their gaps.
Absolutely. That's great. So one last question for you, Abdullah. So, okay, so there is a momentum between the private and the public sector. Like everybody knows that right now, as far as saying. But doesn't that mean the startup doesn't come with the startup doesn't come with the real value to Qatar, or they should come with the real value to serve the ecosystem, the infrastructure, the science,
their product into their own. So the startup ecosystem is very, very important for the companies, especially the publicly listed ones. They cannot go and take this risk. Small team trying everything out and failing as fast as possible in order to find the real value.
So that's amazing. I totally agree with you. But just a quick follow-up. So these idea stage startups, do you think now like the AI, deep tech, or it's just traditional ideas? And what's your advice for them?
So in the last years, I've seen many universities here in Doha adopt like an entrepreneurship hub within their campus. So that's universities training students into entrepreneurship, into turning an idea into some product, or at least some presentation to get. And we've seen like small companies, small to medium companies, taking pilots with these startups to see whether they can solve their problems or not. So I would like to say that it's always starts from education. You train the young generation into thinking differently, thinking boldly, and teaching them to go into the market, experimenting and working with real customers. Once they work with real customers, they are able to solve more problems and therefore have more economic impact for everyone in the ecosystem.
Thank you so much, Abdullah. Faraj, I promise. So how the whole ecosystem is coming together to serve the founders in 2026?
So
I know your favorite partner is Alchemist Doha. I know that. But yeah, from your perspective, tell us more about how the ecosystem is coming together for one purpose, which is how we make founders proud to be here by serving.
The major shift that we see today in our ecosystem.
These days. Amazing. Thank you so much, Abdullah and Faraj. In 10 seconds, one advice, Abdullah, from your side.
It's not about the idea, it's about the execution. Do it fast and do it, I don't want to say right, but fail quickly.
Fail quickly. Thank you, Abdullah. Faraj, 10-second advice.
Be immune to failure. Like, just keep learning.
Keep learning.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We're happy now to receive any questions.
This is your chance.
This is your chance, yeah.
For the youth in India who are about to graduate from the universities and colleges. I'm not sure if the Qatar government offers such kind of support to, we call them internship programs. I don't know if you have a structure built over here for that.
Yes, so we do have, I mean, if I may take on that question.
Please.
Qatar Science Technology Park offers internship opportunities for all of their companies at their incubators, as well as the DIC and so on.
Coming with an idea, with a presentation. But if you have a solid product, do you have a solid product? Market leader, okay, that's good. So you can start by joining the sandbox at the central bank or at QFC, and that's the first step. Once you get approved, you'll get your license. So that's the quick step. So ask about the sandbox program. Yes.
So our partners, Qatar Development Bank, which is literally next door, they have the FinTech Hub in collaboration with the Qatar Central Bank, which offers the sandbox regulatory environment for new fintechs or new entrants, where they work on de-risking their businesses all the way to. So I highly encourage you to visit the QDB booth.
And come see us at the QRDI.
Thank you so much. Appreciate all of the insight you provided. I'm John Armin, coming from the United States and trying to expand my business here. I do have customers back in the United States on the utility side, energy, water, electricity. The question that I have is that, based on your experience, where do you see still companies, a startup fails in the system, despite all of the support that provided, which is very exciting, and I see lots of good things around here. But where do you see still startups failing? What's the challenges that they are still facing, and what's the initiative to support them even more?
So I believe failure is when you decide to stop. That's what failure is. Otherwise, if you keep going and you keep pivoting in the right direction, you will reach some success. So if you're coming from the US and coming to Qatar, it's a great place for you to start, because you can meet many of the energy companies right here in the Web Summit, and also in the LNG event that's happening right there. So with Qatar's market, it's very easy to get to the right person. So you can ask and propose and present your idea until you find the right person. Then you can start by working with a pilot. So the pilot might succeed or might not. But if you ask the right questions and you can say, why is it not succeeding? Then you can find the solution and work towards that.
Yeah, and failure is part of the journey, as you know, right? So, yeah, all right, sorry.
Thank you so much.
We can talk later. We're done, Sayed? Anybody else has question? Hamad, do you have a question? All right, thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much, Abdullah. Thank you so much for us. That was amazing.
Thank you, Majid.
Panel, and
Thank
hope
you.
to see you soon. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you, Ibrahim. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon for our panelists. It's our pleasure today to welcome you to the panel discussion under the title Youth Program Shaping the Future, where we will explore the transformative power of project-based learning and the role of equipping youth people with the skills, creativity, and confidence to thrive in tomorrow's world. First of all, this panel is hosted by Studio 5. Studio 5 is an initiative under Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. It's the initiative grown beyond just a maker space. Studio 5 stands as a dynamic learning environment. This environment or ecosystem brings together youth, schools, universities, innovation clubs, and even government programs and industry partners, all working hand in hand to shape the future. At the Learning in Studio 5, we are not limited in the classrooms or textbooks. It's a progressive, project-based, and rooted in real-world challenges. The kind of challenges that spark creativity, problem-solving skills, and often evolve into entrepreneurial ideas, startups, and scalable solutions. Today, in our panel discussion, we will discuss how institutions across Qatar come together to create meaningful, hands-on-hand learning opportunities. Also, it's about recognizing the power of a strong education ecosystem and cross-sector partnership in driving innovation. And also, today, we will understanding how youth-led projects can grow into real pathways for entrepreneurship and tangible impact in the world beyond the classrooms. By the end of this session, we hope, inshallah, all of you will walk away with not only insights, but with inspiration, practical examples, and also with appreciation for what becomes possible when education, innovation, and collaboration truly align and work together. I'm honored to join today with my distinguished group of expertise who represent the different pillars of the ecosystem. We have with us, we will start with Ms. Katie Manbodera. Okay, she is Innovation and Entrepreneurship Specialist at UHub, driving the creation of ecosystems that empower innovation and sustainable collaboration. Also, we have, welcome, Katie. We have with us Mr. Mohammed Al-Sha'bi. He is Principal of Academiyati. It's Qatar Foundation first progressive school, demonstrating how project-based learning can thrive within formal education. Welcome, Mr. Mohammed. And we have with us Ms. Munira Al-Bakir. She is Deputy Head of Robotics and Artificial Intelligence at Qatar Scientific Club, leading initiatives that drive innovation, research, and youth engagement in emerging technologies. Welcome, Munira. And last, we have Mr. Rashid Al-Naimi. He is Youth Affairs Researcher at Ministry of Sports and Youth, dedicated to advancing policies and programs that empower youth, young people, and promote active community engagement. Thank you all for being here with us today. I will start. First of all, we will have different themes in this discussion. So I will start with first theme, which is why project-based learning, why we are focusing on project-based learning. So my question first will be for Ms. Munira Al-Bakir. In your context, why is project-based learning no longer optional, but essential for preparing young for the future?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here today in this discussion panel. To answer your question, I would say, in today's world, knowledge alone is no longer enough. The world and the future is being shaped with complex challenges. We hear artificial intelligence, sustainability, cybersecurity, automation, and these challenges doesn't come with a step-by-step instruction. They require people who can think critically, adapt quickly, and design solutions from scratch. So that's why project-based learning is no longer optional but essential. So when young people work on projects, they don't develop just or learn just theories. They learn how to deal with uncertainty. They learn how to collaborate. They learn how to solve problems that doesn't have one correct answer. So from my own experience working with youth in AI and robotics, I can see that students who learn through projects develop a completely different mindset than others. They become more proactive, more confident, and more curious. Instead of asking what's the correct answer, they start asking, what can I do, what can I build, and how can I improve this? So this is why project-based learning is not an optional but essential.
Great. And how does hands-on project-based learning accelerate technical mastery and innovation mindset?
Okay, so this is a great question. In Qatar Scientific Lab, we don't deal with artificial intelligence and robotics as isolated technological subjects, but rather we use them as powerful tools that can allow and enable participants, students, youth, to use them as part of their projects and to use them to act as problem solvers and innovators. So, for example, at Qatar Scientific Lab, we have the National Robotics Competition and our local hackathons, or even the Cybersecurity CTF competition. So youth are given real challenges. They are given deadlines and performance goals. So they work as teams, they design their solutions, and they present their outcomes under pressure, which is very similar to how startups and innovation teams operate in real life. So this process accelerates both technical mastery and innovation, because they are constantly applying what they learned in real context. And actually, they stop being afraid of mistakes, and they start seeing them as part of their innovation process. And that's how we build not just skilled youth, but confident innovators.
Thank you for your answer. Yani, I believe you answer why project-based learning is important and how it's changed the mindset of the youth. Thank you for your answer. So regarding the education ecosystem and the partnership, I will move to you, Ms. Katie, to ask you at UHub or at UDST. How do you see project-based learning acting as a bridge between education and the entrepreneurship?
Thank you for the question, Noof. And just a quick word about UHub for those who are not familiar. It is the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center at UDST. And we invite entrepreneurs from the local ecosystem. I see one of them who has already come in, Nayafal Ibrahim. Those entrepreneurs who've been successful locally to come in and catalyze students, activate students to pursue entrepreneurship. So coming to your question, I can tell you today, we have more than 24 startups that UDST, the University of Doha for Science and Technology, has brought to Web Summit. And of those, a big portion have come from project-based learning. At University of Doha, we actually have a large number of our students who complete capstone projects coming out of the College of Business, coming out of the College of Computing and IT, coming out of the College of Engineering, where they take a project and they solve a real problem in industry. And this has been a major source of entrepreneurial talent because, project-based learning gives them that initial critical ingredient, right? Which is, as was mentioned earlier, a real problem to solve in industry. So starting with that real problem to solve, when you take and wrap around the students the support of experts in terms of faculty, entrepreneurs in the marketplace who can say, look, it's doable. It's possible for you to not only make this be an academic exercise, you could take this and commercialize it. So really setting that initial foundation. And then from there, provided that it's done right. And when I say done right, we're talking about ensuring that students understand that there are alternative pathways for them besides just having that project sit on the shelf. And then as well connecting them to ecosystem players as well, as we're talking about today. That ends up providing a channel, a bridge for us to see more commercial ventures born. So project-based learning is a wonderful catalyst for entrepreneurship.
If you can share with us an example of how students' project evolve into entrepreneurial thinking or even startups. If you have any.
Absolutely, we have so many, but in the interest of time, one of the teams I'm super proud of, we have a team of Qatari engineers who've come out of our College of Engineering. They did a project with QChem, actually, to move from preventative maintenance for oil and gas equipment to predictive maintenance. They are leveraging artificial intelligence in order to help oil and gas companies, such as the national entities here in Qatar, save on costs by knowing ahead of time through AI technology when is the time to do maintenance, because it can be very costly to do maintenance when it's not needed. So the fact that they were able to leverage their project, supported by their faculty members with an industry partner, to go and do a proof of concept. So this is very important. They validated the science. They validated how will the technology work. And now they're really well poised to move into commercializing, which is what they are in the process of doing. So it was in the context of them doing a project that they got to be inspired, They got to be inspired to look into commercializing, and now here they are moving this forward. So really proud of them as they're just starting their journey, but they already have a linkage to industry because of how that project-based learning exercise was structured.
Are they with us today in the Web Summit?
They exhibited yesterday, so they're one of the alpha startups. So they're not exhibiting today, but they are here. They are here at Web Summit today. So yeah.
Thank you for sharing this example and for your answers. I will ask Mr. Mohammed. Academiyati is known for a progressive education model. How do schools align with external ecosystems such as Studio 5 to ensure learning remains advanced, relevant, and future-oriented?
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me here today. It's a pleasure to be with a lot of very bright minds from our right side and the left side. Thanks, everyone. For us in Academiyati, we approach education in a different perspective. We believe the students are the heart of the education itself. So we believe in customizing the learning in which to make sure that the students are motivated enough to take their education to the next step. So within Academiyati, our experience with Studio 5 was to ignite and build from that internal belief that they can create something different. It's always come to these young minds believing that they cannot do anything and they are only supposed to pass exams. But no, in Academiyati, we flourish that. So the school doesn't depend on grades only, but through different collaboration, in that collaboration and partnership, what we create is that synergy in which we get the market requirements and then the education requirements, and then we put our learners in the middle of there. And we create that through the mentorship of our facilitators, our teachers. So there are basics that the student need to cover, but at the same time, in order to ensure that they are motivated toward their learning, there where we put the seeds where they can reflect on real experiences all around them. So we had an experience with Studio 5 in which a lot of amazing projects the students were doing. Some of them related to project to autistic member of their family. Others, they related to elder people that they have problems with their heart. So looking at these projects, taking them from what they are feeling and experiencing in their lives, did create that challenge of, yes, our students, are they motivated toward learning? So from there, we start pushing the learners to have a different perspective, and they see that they can add value to whatever happening around them. So in this collaboration where we create that partnership and synergy between what the market requires and what the education sector requires, we can help and give different opportunities to our learners. So they will flourish and they will be so proud if they fail, because they're going to be trying again. And we believe in that cycle. Yes, school is going to be a very safe place where you can fail once, twice, and more than once. But then that failure, we don't even call it a failure. It's a lesson learned for your next experience.
Great, great. And if you allow me to add here, like the collaboration with the Academia through Studio 5, it shows how the students are amazing. They have great ideas, they have great skills even to talk about their ideas and to present it. So, great job. If I move to Ms. Munira, I have another question that at Qatar Scientific Club, how do robotics and AI projects help youth to move from technical skills to innovation, problem solving, and entrepreneurial thinking?
So, as I mentioned earlier at Qatar Scientific Club, we actually treat AI and robotics as powerful tools. So, hand-on learning here comes very important, because if you teach someone coding from a screen and you ask them to program a robot to move or to detect an object, they won't be able to do it unless they have practiced on it with hand-on learning. So when students learn through projects, they don't develop one skill. They develop multiple skills like programming, data, dealing with data, problem solving, and teamwork at the same time. And they do face challenges. Their code doesn't work, the robot doesn't move, or the model gives invalid results. And that's what forces them to think, experiment, fail, and improve. And this process would shift them naturally from being like just learning how to write a piece of code into mastering technology, being innovators, or even entrepreneurs. So that's why in Qatar Scientific Club, the role is very important for us to use project-based learning with the youth.
Thank you, Ms. Munira. I will move to Mr. Rashid. I have another question for you from your perspective. How can education ecosystems brings together government, schools, universities, innovation hubs, and youth organizations work more effectively through partnership to empower young people?
Thank you, Noof. Good afternoon, everyone. I believe education ecosystems work best when partnerships create a complete journey for young people, from learning to real-world impact. Government and schools and innovation hubs and also youth centers, when they work hand by hand, all of this role and their strength will be when they align their work with our National Vision 2030 and as well with the National Youth Policy. So my belief that when you align your work with the national vision and with the youth policy, this will empower youth in the right way and also will teach them to align also their activities and their work with our national vision and as well as the national policy.
Great. Thank you, and this is this is end of the theme 2, which is education and ecosystem partnership, and I appreciate all of your efforts here. And we will move to talk about from youth projects to startups. So I will ask Mr. Mohammed Al-Shabi, what are the key conditions need for youth projects to evolve into an entrepreneurial or startup initiatives?
At first, it starts with the main concept that not every project will be changed to like a startup. So the awareness that we need to develop within our kids, it takes time. Because while they are in a very young age, they will need to learn how to balance between creativity and at the same time structure. So that is where we try in Academia to build that ecosystem that will protect the student learning, but at the same time integrate all these different opportunities that we have around us. So we don't believe in our school that we have boundaries, and the school is never about bell to bell, where math class finish and science start. But we create that mixture where the student can learn that their knowledge is communicated together to create a product at the end. So they will go into what we call it like a Rahla cycle. And in a Rahla cycle, it's a value-based driven curriculum that we build it in a way that the student will explore, then they will set goals. From these goals, they will start creating something, and then they will present it. And we see it as a cycle, because we believe if we go through from 3 years old all the way up to graduating, the student will get that skill. Failure is just a process. It's part of the process that you need to go through to create something at the end. And whenever you create that thing, you need to be able to market for the thing that you have created. Because always we see that challenge. These are, let's say, the basic skills that the students need. So first of all, I will say awareness. Developing awareness that you can create projects. They might be small, but they can ignite other projects around you. And they can even motivate people around you to take it even further. So the awareness is the key within the schools. And we try within schools just to balance between how we make sure our students get the basics of learning, how to read, write, hold the pen. Because sometimes we take it as for granted. It's something easy that anyone can do it. No, these basics need to be developed in depth, but at the same time we give them all the different projects that comes from them, from what they see around them. And always we encourage our teachers, whatever happens around the world, you need to be confident enough to talk about it, and the student will always amaze you. Yani at the beginning, I will get a quote from one of the students that tried Studio 5 experience in the hackathon. He said, I thought my mind is only restricted to what I do in school, but now I see that I can have an impact all around the world. So this is how we see our learners. We create that ecosystem, that environment in which we create opportunities for our learners, and then they will take it from there. And always we believe in the partnership of the parents. So parents are an integral role. As a school, we cannot do it all, but we believe when we create that ecosystem where parents, where different organizations, where us as academic all unite for the purpose of the student learning and making them ready for what Sheikh Moza was saying yesterday. AI is just a tool. It's not something that will define who we are and where we want to be. We know exactly who we are. So we need to take that path and make the future, not only follow the future.
Amazing. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. I agreed with what you said, and I believe all the panelists here have the same feeling. So, Ms. Katie, how does project-based learning becomes a concert pathway from a student's project to entrepreneurship?
Thank you, Noof. I love the question. And I have to actually echo the pattern that Mohammed described, because we see a similar thing happening at the post-secondary level, where it does start with that initial catalyst, right? That awareness and really inspiration, So we, have students typically thinking in the direction of, well, I'm definitely going to go ahead and get a job. And so it's important that they become aware that in addition to that, there are pathways such as commercializing, maybe if they come up with some intellectual property that could be turned into an income generating opportunity. As well, the idea that maybe they would become the owner of their own business. So it really starts with that awareness and that inspiration. And once they're inspired and catalyzed, then we want to bring in the mentorship. So this is where we mobilize entrepreneurs. We mobilize as well technical mentorship as well, because a lot of times, the students have a certain level of knowledge from a technical perspective, and they need some additional expertise to help them take what they're building so that it can be marketable, so that it can be commercially viable. And then on top of that, of course, the linkages to the ecosystem, which is what we're talking about here. So MCIT has been a wonderful collaboration to the University of Doha for Science and Technology, and specifically UHub. We've been grateful for digital incubation centers, very close collaboration with us, because the reality is the entrepreneurial journey can be long. We in our phase here, for those students, maybe they didn't get activated when they were much younger, but when they get activated with us, they're just starting out their journey. So we are catalyzing people to enter entrepreneurship as perhaps a career path. And then from there, you know, it's the other hubs in the ecosystem that are going to be critical to help them go the distance, right? So we love collaborations like the one that we have with MCIT and DIC, where entrepreneurs, you know, maybe they have 4 years with us, maybe they have 1 year with us, and from there already there are other hubs that they can go to get support. And then of course there's the ongoing mindset support. You know, we often think of entrepreneurship as something, you know, where there's a very specific entrepreneurial body of knowledge, know how to register a company, know how to do marketing. But so much of success is defined by the mindset, that individual's resilience, that individual's kind of soft skills. So this is another area where UHub is really trying to be very proactive with developing trustworthy entrepreneurs who are going to have not only sort of the clear market imperative, but also the grit and the resilience to last in entrepreneurship.
Great, thank you. Going back to Mr. Rashid, based on your experience with youth programs and international representation, what type of collaboration have the greatest impact in turning youth partnership into leadership, policy influence, and real opportunities?
I believe, based on my experience, that the best collaborations is the collaborations which goes beyond the short-term engagement. And the best example for this is the youth program that we launched in the UN last April, the UN Youth Delegates Program. This program, we built this program in the partnership with MOFA, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and with UNICEF, and also with Qatar Debate. So I believe long-term partnerships has a stronger impact on youth programs and also any other initiatives related to youth.
Great. I agree with you on this for sure. And at the end of our panel discussion, I would like to have a key takeaway from all of you, for all of our attendees. I will ask each of you to share with us one piece of advice you would like to give for youth to working on a project today, and also a recommendation for educators and institutions adopting project-based learning. So one advice for the youth and other for the educators.
Myself?
Starting with
yes, my advice for young people is start from a problem. Addressing the challenges is the best way to come with a great project.
Great. Thank you for, and do you have another advice for the?
Yes, for educators, I believe that focusing on project-based is the best way for educators to have better programs for youth and as well as the students in the schools.
Thank you, Mr. Rashid.
Thank you.
Ms. Munira?
My advice would be never wait for the right time to come for you to start. Start today and never be afraid of failures. Your project today could be your company tomorrow if you take it seriously. And for educators, I would say give youth and students real challenges to work on, because that's where growth happens. And don't ask them for answers. Ask them to build solutions.
Thank you. And Mr. Mohammed?
And mine is for both, and it's for me and for everyone. Our kids are facing a lot of competition. Competition is the thing. Money is the thing for them. I think we need to rethink about the whole process and make them think about the process itself. I believe, and I'm driving it from an Islamic perspective, is in our Islamic perspective, is the final outcome is in the hands of Allah. It's not in our hand. But taking this step, the process itself is in our hands. So I will say, us as educator, even the student, we need to rethink about what success is. It's about the process, learning from the process, adapting the process. Competition is part of life, but is not the priority. So that is my advice.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. And finally, Ms. Katie.
All right, I guess advice for youth. Well, oftentimes at UHub, when students come in, the first thing they say is, I have an idea, can I get investment? So they're thinking about the investment first. And so I would invite youth to take a step back and validate that the problem that they want to solve is really a problem, I guess echoing what was shared earlier, and really understanding the market first. And then from there, even deciding maybe they don't even need investment. So I want to invite our youth to pause, take a breath first before they think about the investment part. And then in terms of the ecosystem, I really appreciate this panel. I think this really models something that's important. I'm going to quote Dr. Alan Villegas, who launched Qatar's Entrepreneurship Observatory. He said to me a couple of years ago that when Mexico wanted to have its first unicorns, what they realized was that the most successful entrepreneurs were touching many different parts of the ecosystem. They were going through many different organizations. So what I would say to us here is let's continue to collaborate the way that MCIT is modeling by bringing together this panel, because again, the entrepreneur is going to need support at various nodes and various hubs, and the more that we can work together and collaborate, the more we can make sure that the wide variety of support that an entrepreneur needs are available to them, and in a seamless way and in a coordinated way. So, and at UHub we love collaboration, so anyone here who would like to collaborate with us, we'd love to have a chat. So I'll be around. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Katie. I believe we today highlight the importance of project-based learning, also the importance of partnership and collaboration between entities. And it was a pleasure to hear your experience and knowledge of this topic. I hope everyone enjoyed this discussion, and see you. Thank you. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. سعادة المهندس ياسر بن عبد الله الجمال وكيل وزارة الرياضة والشباب، السادة الحضور، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مرحبا بكم في حدث تدشين برنامج المخترعون الشباب الذي يليه إن شاء الله مسابقة الهاكاثون الشبابية. في حدث اليوم إن شاء الله راح نعرفكم أول شيء على برنامج مخترعون الشباب وأهدافه الرئيسية وشنو يتناول هذا البرنامج. بعدها إن شاء الله راح ندشنا بشكل رسمي. بداية بالأهداف الرئيسية للبرنامج، طبعا ولله الحمد قطر ما قصرت في توفير جميع الموارد اللي يحتاجونها الشباب للعمل على اختراعاتهم. فأحد الأهداف الرئيسية أن ننمي مهارات العلمية والتقنية لدى الشباب ونوفر لهم الإمكانيات خبراء على أساس أن يقدرون يستغلون هذه المهارات اللي ننميها ويشتغلون على اختراعات إن شاء الله تفيد الدولة. في هذا البرنامج نستهدف فئة الشباب العمر بين ال 15 وال 30 سنة، وايضا الراغبون في تطوير مهاراتهم العلميه والتقنيه. فاحنا يمكن لو تلاحظون ما ركزنا على التخصصات اذا التخصص كان علمي او غير علمي، لكن ركزنا اكثر على الاهتمام. اهم شيء الاهتمام يكون له علاقه بالتكنولوجيا والعلوم، لان عاده ممكن يجونا اشخاص من تخصصات خلينا نقول ادبيه وليس علميه، ولكن عندهم اهتمام بالعلوم والتكنولوجيا ويطلعون بحلول مبتكره اللي يشتغلون عليها في النادي العلمي. فاهم شيء يكون عندهم الرغبه والميول العلميه اللي ممكن يستغلونها في تطوير مهاراتهم والعمل على هذه الاختراعات. بالنسبة لشروط التسجيل مثل ما ذكرنا الشباب من 15 إلى 30 سنة، وجود الاهتمام بالتكنولوجيا والمعلومات بالتكنولوجيا والابتكار واجتياز المقابلة الشخصية. في بروسيس كامل حق التقديم على هذا البرنامج. من يقدم الشاب ملفه راح يتم مراجعة هذا الملف وأيضا التأكد من توفير جميع الشروط. يمكن السبب اللي احنا ما يخلينا نركز على التخصصات كثر ما نركز على الاهتمام هو في عدة أمثلة. فبتكلم عن تجربة شخصية صارت معي في النادي العلمي القطري. يوم بديت في النادي العلمي القطري قبل 10 سنوات ما كان عندي أي اهتمام بالعلوم والتكنولوجيا، لكن كان عندي اهتمام اني اطور بعض الحلول اللي تخص مجالات متعدده منها كره القدم. فاستغليت الوسائل المتوفره في النادي العلمي القطري للخروج بابتكار يحل احد المشاكل اللي هي مشكله كشف التسلل في كره القدم اثناء المباريات. فمو بشرط التخصص يكون علمي او الخلفيه علميه، كثر ما يهم شغف الشاب انه يكون بالابتكار والحلول الرقميه. من ضمن مزايا المشاركه في هذا البرنامج هو اول شيء البرنامج يعني راح يكون في تدريب مدروس فيما يخص العلوم والتكنولوجيا، شلون الطالب او المشارك يبدا بفكره يشتغل على تدريب فيما يخص الفكره يصممها وشلون يقدر يطبقها على ارض الواقع. في النهايه في طبعا جوائز ماليه حق الفايزين في البرنامج، وراح يتحصلون على عده مزايا منها الشهاده من النادي العلمي القطري شهاده المبتكر، وايضا الفرصه لتمثيل دوله قطر في المحافل المحليه والدوليه. فاحنا قاعدين كأن نأسس فريق علمي في دوله قطر يتكون من شباب وشابات في الدوله عندهم الشغف بالعلوم والتكنولوجيا، يكونون مؤهلين للمشاركه في مثل هذه المحافل. بعد شوي بنشوف امثله على بعض المشاركين اللي شاركوا في مسابقة الهاكاثون. حتى عندنا في بوث النادي العلمي في الزاوية هناك بعض الروبوتات والابتكارات اللي اشتغلوا عليها في النادي العلمي القطري اللي شاركوا في المحافل المحلية وأيضا الدولية والفوز بعدة جوائز دولية. فاحنا نحاول نأهل هالشباب على أساس أن نزيد عدد الاختراعات اللي موجودة في البوث ويشاركون معنا إن شاء الله في النسخ الجاية من الويب سامت وغيرها من المعارض. فهي خطة البرنامج بداية باليوم اللي هو يوم التدشين. راح نعلن إن شاء الله بعد شوي عن التسجيل، راح نضيف الرابط للأشخاص المهتمين في التسجيل. بعدها بيكون في إعلان حق المقبولين. طبعا البرنامج فيه دفعتين، الدفعة الأولى يبدأ تسجيلها من اليوم إن شاء الله، والدفعة الثانية إن شاء الله على شهر 9. راح نقبل 30 شاب وشابة من كل دفعة، بالمجموع بيكون إن شاء الله 60 شخص. وان شاء الله راح يكون في 3 ايام مخصصه للتدريب اول شيء بالمهارات الاساسيه العلميه اللي هم يحتاجونها على اساس انه يكونون مخترعين. راح يفكرون بالفكره، تكوين فريق العمل وغيرها من الامور الاساسيه قبل البدء بتنفيذ مشاريعهم. بعدها راح يكون في 3 أيام متخصصة بالتصميم، لأنهم لما تكون عندهم فكرة وحابين يحولون هذه الفكرة إلى اختراع لازم أول شيء يبدون بعملية التصميم، سواء كان ثنائي الأبعاد أو ثلاثي الأبعاد، على أساس أنه يكون عندهم تصور وشكل الاختراع شلون بيكون قبل التنفيذ. من يكونون جاهزين بالتصميم راح يكون في 3 إلى 4 أيام اللي هي عملية تنفيذ المشروع. فلازم الشباب يلتزمون بالمواعيد الموجودة من النادي العلمي على أساس أن يقدرون يحققون أهدافهم خلال هذه الأيام. في النهاية بيكون تقييم المشروع وأيضا إعلان عن الفائزين. طبعا هذا بنشوف الحين فيديو اول شيء يوضح الاعلان عن شعار هذا البرنامج، له بعض اللقطات من البرامج السابقه على اساس ان تكون عندكم صوره حول البرنامج شلون بيكون. طبعا مثل ما شفنا في الفيديو الشباب موجودين والمادة العلمية موجودة والأجهزة التقنية كلها موجودة، فهذا البرنامج يعتبر كأنه صلة وصل بين الشباب ويربطهم بالمادة العلمية والأجهزة التقنية على أساس أن تكون عندنا مخرجات علمية نقدر نشارك فيها ونبين للعالم أن قطر مش بس تركز على الأمور النظرية لكن فيها مخرجات علمية توصل للعالمية بإذن الله، نفس بعض الأمثلة اللي شفناها بالنسبة للمشاريع اللي موجودة في البوث. الآن رسميا فتح التسجيل للبرنامج حق أي شاب أو شابة عندهم الرغبة في التسجيل يقدرون بس يمسحون الباركود ويبدون اهتمامهم في التسجيل سواء حق الدفعة الأولى من البرنامج، وراح يتم إن شاء الله اختيار 30 شخص من أول دفعة، بعدها إن شاء الله 30 شخص ثانيين من الدفعة الثانية على أساس أنه يباشرون بالبرنامج. انهينا الحين انطلاق برنامج المخترعون الشباب، تم التدشين رسميا، ان شاء الله راح نستقبل المهتمين بالتسجيل وراح يتم مراجعه ملفاتهم على اساس انه يتم التواصل مع الفائزين او المؤهلين انهم يشاركون في البرنامج ان شاء الله قبل بدايه البرنامج. عليه طابور. اكيد لازم. وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله. الحمد لله.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أنا الطالبة حصة منصور النعيمي، واليوم أقدم لكم مشروعي الذي الحاصل على الميدالية الذهبية في جائزة البحث العلمي المتميز في جائزة قطر للتميز العلمي. أول شيء لاحظنا في قطر أن في فصل الصيف تزداد درجة الحرارة، وإذا ازدادت درجة الحرارة يصير التماس كهرباء، وبالتماس الكهرباء تندلع الحرائق، وغالبا المطافي ما تقدر تلحق أن تطفي الحرائق وتسبب أضرار لنا احنا يا المجتمع، وبالذات الاستدامة والبيئة، وهذا يسبب أثر كبير علينا احنا، ويضرنا احنا نفسيا وصحيا. مشروعي يهدف انه يستخدم الموجات الصوتية لإخماد النار، بحيث انه يشتت جزيئات الأكسجين ويخمد اللهب بأسرع وقت. ومن كذا ابتكرنا جهاز تقني لإخماد النار بالموجات الصوتية. وفي المستقبل أطمح لأن الجهاز يتطور أكثر، بحيث أنه يكون في المباني ويساهم أنه يشتغل تلقائيا ويخمد النار بأسرع وقت ممكن. شكرا.
المحكمين عندكم أي سؤال؟ شكرا الحصة. في سؤال؟
نعم، سؤال بالنسبة للمسافة والفريكونسي المعتمدة في الجهاز، كم المسافة وكم الفريكونسي المعتمدة في الجهاز؟ لو أنت بيتي تغيرين المسافة، ما هي العوامل اللي تحتاجينها في المستقبل على أساس يعني تكون المسافة، وأنت في البداية لم تبين المسافة يعني بين الجزء المستهدف وجهازك؟
المسافة حاولت قد ما أقدر أن احنا نطور المشروع بحيث أنه يطفي اللهب لأبعد مسافة ممكنة.
كم المسافة الحين؟
مثلا تقريبا من هنا لأبعد مسافة ممكنة إلى هناك.
كم المسافة؟ متر، مترين، 3، كم؟
3، 5 وفوق.
كل الشكر للطالبة حصة النعيمي. طبعا المشروع الثاني عبارة عن جهاز منبه مواعيد الأدوية، شغل الطالبة حصة إبراهيم الكواري، نشكرها على المشاركة، لكن للأسف اعتذرت لظروف خاصة أنها ما تقدر تجي اليوم. فبنروح حق الاختراع اللي بعده اللي هو الخوذة الذكية، شغل الطالبة شهد أحمد الصريطي.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اسمي شهد أحمد سليطي. مشروعي ADM هلمت، هي عبارة عن خوذة ذكية تقيس الأبعاد يستخدمها المهندس في الصعوبات مثل الملاعب أو يعني مكان خطر يقدر يستخدمها عشان يقيس الأبعاد. مجرد ما أن المهندس يدخل السايت ويضغط الزر ويصور لك الأبعاد ويطلع لك كل شيء بالكمبيوتر بطريقة AI. استخدمنا الانتراسونيك سنسر واشتغلنا على 3D واشتغلنا على سوليد وورك. واجهنا وايد صعوبات بس الحمد لله قدرنا ان احنا نطلع المشروع باحسن صورة، وان شاء الله مع المستقبل ان احنا بنطور المشروع ويطلع لكم باحسن صورة مستقبلا. يعطيكم العافية.
المحكمين لو حد عنده اي استفسار.
نعم. السلام عليكم.
السلام.
بالنسبه للداتا سيت الموجوده يعني في الداتا سيت الموجوده في الجهاز، يعني كم استعملتم من صوره وكم المسافه بين الجهاز والهلمت، وهل الاضاءه تؤثر في البرفورمانس بتاع الجهاز، او يعني التذبذبات الموجوده في الالتراساوند تاثر على الجهاز؟
الخوذة تقيس الابعاد خلال 10 امتار
10 امتار بالسنسر هذا؟
ايوه، وتقدر تشتغل في الاجواء يعني الضباب، المطر. الالتراسونيك سنسر يطلع لك كل شيء بوضوحه بضغطه الزر.
انا عندي سؤال شهد، الله يعطيك الصحه والعافيه على البرزنتيشن حلو. بغيت اسال الحين بالنسبه حق الاجهزه اللي موجوده اوريدي، هل شفتوا بحثتوا في شيء موجود اوريدي في السوق؟ وكيف يختلف اختراعكم عن الحلول اللي موجوده؟
اي نعم، تاكدنا من السوق وهاي كلها، وما في خوذة الحمد لله نفس خوذتنا تشتغل في كل الأجواء الحمد لله، وتقيس الأبعاد وما تعطيك ولا غلطة. في بعض الخوذات اللي شيكنا عليهم تعطيك أغلاط وما تقيس المسافات بأدق التفاصيل.
يعني اقدر اخذ الخوذه الحين واعطيها العميل ويقدر يستخدمها على
اي
طول؟
نعم
وتشتغل؟
تشتغل.
اوكي.
يعطيك العافية شهد. سؤالي عن البطارية، كيف تدوم البطارية وكمان إيش وزن الخوذة؟
الخوذة وايد خفيفة وهي تشتغل على باور بانك يدوم يعني وقت طويل. احنا استخدمنا باور بانك قوتها يعني يدوم وقت طويل، يعني لو انت تستخدمينه 5 ساعات 6 ساعات يدوم معك.
شكرا.
كل الشكر للطالبة شهد السليطي. والآن ننتقل إلى المشروع اللي بعده عن خريطة الشعاب المرجانية مع طلاب محمد حسن السيد وعبد الرحمن الكعبي.
أول شيء بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معاكم الطالب عبد الرحمن سلمان الكعبي من مدرسة أحمد بن حنبل. في بداية المشروع سألوني وايد ناس ليش من المهم الحفاظ على الشعب المرجانية. أولا الشعب المرجانية دائما تكون مفيدة وأنها لا تشكل خطر على البيئة بل أنها تحافظ على البيئة. وهناك الكثير من التحديات اللي تواجهها الشعب المرجانية مثل تغيير المناخ والتلوث، ومن الحيوانات التي تتأثر السلاحف والأمراض التي تؤثر على السلاحف هي مرض تبيض، وتؤثر على الكائنات البحرية وتؤثر على النظام البيئي البحري. أهداف المشروع أن الشعب المرجانية لها فوائد تمنع من تآكل السواحل، ويستخرجون من الشعب المرجانية أدوية مثل علاج المرض السرطان. استخدمنا في المشروع أداة علمية لفحص وتتبع صحة الشعب المرجانية، وكما ترون هذا المشروع. أي سؤال؟
شكرا محمد. ممكن تشرح لنا أكثر كيف الجهاز بيشتغل وكيف دربته على أنه؟
أول شيء استعملنا برمجيات تساعده، واستعملنا الذكاء الصناعي أيضا لكي يكشف لنا، وكما قلت لكم هناك أداة علمية لتتبع صحة الشعب المرجانية، وأضفنا إليه مروحيات لكي يتحرك تحت الماء.
ممتاز. كم ينزل تحت الماء؟
تقريبا 80 سنتيمتر تقريبا، هل اللي فحصناها
كاختبار سويته 80 سنتيمتر كاختبار؟
نعم.
اوكي. وبالنسبه يعني انتم قلتم تسوون فحص على اي اساس؟ شنو الاشياء المعتمده في الفحص؟ هل تعتمدون في الفحص على الكاميرا؟ هل تعتمدون على الفحص تاخذوا عينات ودوها للمختبر؟ ما هي الاداه المعتمده بالنسبه اليكم في تحديد وفحص الشعب المرجانيه؟
الفحص هو فحص عن صحة الشعب المرجانية عن طريق نراها بالكاميرات المزودة بالغواصة، ونرى إذا كانت صحية أم غير صحية.
يعني فيجوال انسبكشن، يعني بس بالرؤية بالكاميرا فقط؟
نعم، رؤية بالكاميرا، لأن عندما بحثنا عن هذا الموضوع رأينا أن الشعب المرجانية تتغير بعد أن تفقد صحتها.
أنا عندي سؤال. زين، الحين بالنسبة حق الجهاز نفسه، منو الفئة المستهدفة اللي راح يهمها الحصول على مثل هذا الجهاز؟ وهل قعدتوا مع الفئة المستهدفة وخدتوا آرائهم؟
أول شيء الجهة المستهدفة هي وزارة البيئة ووزارة الصحة، ونأمل في المستقبل أن يتم محادثة معهم. أي سؤال ثاني؟
وهل تم يعني تكلمتوا مع وزارة الصحة، وزارة البيئة مثلا؟
تكلمنا معهم وأخذنا بعض المعلومات لكي نزود الروبوت. أي سؤال ثاني؟
كل الشكر للطالب عبد الرحمن الكعبي. والآن ننتقل إلى مشروع درون لرصد الأمراض الفطرية داخل البيوت الزجاجية مع الطالبة الجوهرة محمد الشمري.
السلام عليكم، أنا الجوهرة محمد الشمري. مشروعي عبارة عن درون يكشف عن الأمراض الفطرية داخل بيت بلاستيكي. طبعا حنا في دولة قطر نزرع داخل بيت بلاستيكي لأن تربتنا غير صالحة للزراعة، والدول اللي برا بعد لأن إذا نبي نزرع محصول في غير موسمه. لكن عيب البيت البلاستيكي يتأثر في الحرارة، فكل ما زادت الحرارة تزيد الرطوبة داخل البيت فتكثر الأمراض الفطرية. ومن خلال الدرون يطير داخل بيت بلاستيكي، وإذا كشف نبتة مصابة يلتقط لها صورة ويرسلها إلى الموقع مع اسم المرض ونسبة المرض اللي موجودة في هالنبتة. ومثل ما قلت أن البيت البلاستيكي يتأثر في الحرارة، بعد في حساسات رطوبة وحرارة كل 25 ثانية تعطينا قراءات مختلفة عشان المزارع يعرف متى يفتح المراوح يبرد على المحاصيل أو لا. وبعد عشان يتفادون هذه المشكلة المزارعون يرشون مبيدات حشرية بشكل يعني هائل، يعني تقريبا في اليوم الواحد يرشون 3 مرات 4 مرات، فهذا يضر صحة الإنسان قبل البيئة. فحاليا قاعد نسوي دراسات بحشرات تاكل الأمراض الفطرية بعيدا عن المبيدات الحشرية.
الله يعطيك الصحة والعافية الجوهرة. عندي سؤال. عندي سؤال بالنسبة حق تكلفة المشروع نفسه. هل عملتوا دراسة كم يكلف المشروع مقارنة بالحلول اللي موجودة اوريدي؟ هل في يعني مثل ما نقول تخفيض للتكلفة على المزارع باستخدام الحل اللي تفضلت فيه؟
هو في تكاليف قليلة تقريبا، إذا الدرون يتم مبيعته يتكلف 2000 ريال، لأن حاليا في المزارع يستخدمون دكاترة متخصصين بالزراعة، وهذا يكلف المزرعة بنفسها اللي هو رواتب الدكاترة، ولكن من خلال الدرون هو يكتشف ذلك بتكاليف منخفضة.
يعطيك العافية جوهرة. حبيت أسأل كيف تحققتي من دقة النموذج الذكاء الاصطناعي اللي تستخدمينه في الدرون؟
احنا جربنا تقريبا 21 مرة، خلينا الدرون يلتقط 100 صورة، 50 صورة النبات مصاب و50 صورة النبات غير مصاب. فمن خلال دراستنا اتضح أن دقة الدرون 94%.
شكرا.
سؤال، شكرا على البرزنتيشن، لكن سؤال، هل 100 صورة إناف؟ هل 100 صورة هي يعني كافية لتحديد أنواع المرض؟ هل تؤثر الإضاءة، البوزيشن متاع الدرون، الغلاف البلاستيكي الموجود على النبات، هل يأثر على نوعية الصورة؟ وهل 100 صورة إناف؟
احنا دخلنا 100 صورة وكانت كافية، كانت بأجواء مختلفة، صباح وليل أو في ضباب أو في غبار، يعني بكل الظروف المناخية كانت 100 صورة كافية.
اوكي.
كل الشكر للطالبة الجوهرة وباقي الطلاب، ايضا مشاريع ما شاء الله متميزه كلهم. شاركوا في تطوير هذه المشاريع في وقت كان ما قبل الويب سامت، واليوم جايين يعرضون ال5 مشاريع. طبعا بالنسبه للنادي العلمي القطري كل هذه المشاريع فايزه ومتميزه، لكن مثل ما تعرفون دائما في المميز وفي الاميز. فحاب ادعو كل المشاركين انهم يطلعون على الستيج ان شاء الله على اساس نعلن النتائج خلال الدقائق الجايه. طبعا مثل ما ذكرت كل المشاريع بالنسبه لنا فايزه ومتميزه، لكن اذا بنروح حق الترتيب بنضطر نحطهم من الاول الى الخامس. بدايه بالمركز الاول حاب ادعي المهندس راشد الرحيمي المدير التنفيذي للنادي العلمي القطري لاعلان المركز الاول. المركز الاول الطالبه حصه منصور النعيمي. المركز الثاني شهد أحمد السليطي. المركز الثالث عبد الرحمن الكعبي. وأيضا الطالبة الجوهرة محمد الشمري. طبعا نبارك أيضا للطالبة حصة الكواري اللي أيضا تعتبر من الفائزين الخمسة، لكن اعتذرت عن الحضور اليوم. كل الشكر جميع الحضور، ونشوفكم إن شاء الله في المناسبات الجاية. يعطيكم العافية.